and that is the one that we ought to discuss after the tea break, which is the one that talks about the AFRINIC service guideline. The author has written a withdrawal statement, so she's withdrawing that policy, so we won't be discussing that particular policy again in this meeting, because I'm sure you must have received the agenda paper, so you might want to strike out the second item for session 2, as we won't be doing it. We won't be discussing it again. So we'll move to second item, second session, and after the second session, where we'll just be discussing the out of region use of AFRINIC internet number resource. I think we'll have enough time to discuss that, since we won't be doing the second proposal again. And session 3 we'll be looking at the proposal for the reservation of resource for internet exchange point, and we'll also look at the resource policy manual status. We've started this process for long now. For some of you who have been following, I think it's going to 2 years now, and it will be good to know how, to hear the progress that we've made so far. We'll hear from Madvi later in the day about staff policy implementation report, and for the fourth session we'll have the election of the new co-chair, and also the floor will be open for general remarks in relation to policy development. With me is Ernest. Ernest will be handling some of the presentations items in the agenda, and I also have Marco from RIPE NCC. I think when it's time, Ernest will do the introduction. Alright, so we'll go straight into the first session. Basically, what we're going to be doing in this session is to look at the PDP. So the PDP was defined, the operation of the PDP can be defined from the URL that is on your screen, and that is what actually defines and describes how we actually operate the policy development, how policies are presented, how policies are discussed, and how policies are ratified and ultimately implemented. The policy development process is based on 3 key principles, being openness, transparency, and fairness. Any member of the community, and by member means that you are an human being, not a new draft to the list. However, for current existing drafts which are actually being updated, there's just a 1 week requirement. So we then discuss at the public policy meeting, and just like what we're having right now. So you want to know that the policies we have right now that we'll be discussing are the ones that actually have met the requirement of 1 week of no editing, deadline of no more editing, and then 4 weeks at least of discussion on the policy mailing list. So if during this discussion, fiscal discussion, there is support for the policy, or there is support with exception or with concession on what needs to be changed, and if the author agrees to change those things, we move the policy to last call. However, we recognize the fact that not everyone is participating in this face-to-face, so we still give an opportunity for people who are remote to actually still give their view about the policy. So, and that is what the last call period is about. The last call period gives the opportunity to actually present the draft again to the I will say global community now, because it depends, anybody can subscribe to that list. So when so it then depends on the outcome of that discussion, and based on the one we had at previous face-to-face, that will help the co-chairs to then decide whether there is full consensus to move the policy to the next stage. The next stage being writing to the board and recommending that the policy be ratified. So the way it is, the board of AFRINIC are the ones who ratify policies. We, the co-chairs, only recommend ratifications to them. So after that, the board, after the ratification, the board then empowers the CEO, the AFRINIC staff, to actually get the job done in implementing the policy. Policy implementation will vary depending on the actual policy, and it is for staff to work on those implementation. There are deadlines that have been set. There are specific time frame that is required, that has been set to ensure that policy implementations are not delayed beyond normal, and to also ensure that board ratification also are not delayed beyond normal. Yeah, so this is basically what I've said in before. The RPD list, that's the URL. You can easily go there and subscribe yourself to it. Communicate in the manner, in the language that you think you feel comfortable with. Feel free to actually raise your view. The view is not wrong until you actually write it. So if you don't raise your view, then your view will not be known, and then we may be going in the direction that you may think is wrong. But again, if you don't raise your view, nobody will know that the direction is wrong. So you can actually also follow the history of the discussion by going to the archive of the RPD. It's open, it's public. You don't actually need to subscribe to the list to actually read the archive. There are past discussions in the archive, and you can follow up. Yeah, so that is the definition of members. It's just for those who participate and not necessarily tied to a specific requirement. Myself and Adam are the ones who are serving as the co-chairs. Like I told you, Adam recently sent his resignation to the list due to um, his change in job, which has actually kept him uh, away from this region and not to be able to attend the meetings. My time is expiring at this meeting, and that's of Adam normally will expire next year. There is a process to submitting a proposal. So AFRINIC staff, whenever you actually, when we talk about who actually looks at the proposal at the AFRINIC side, it is Ernest. So you can, after this meeting, if you have more questions about how these things are received and processed, you can always see Ernest, and he will be, I'm sure, will be glad to explain further. Yeah, so all this I have already touched. All the publishing will be done on the website and available for 4 weeks, and changes. Okay, so that is, changes must be made based on discussion, and if there is no editing or if there is no update on the proposal, it expires after 1 year. Yeah, so this is the process we use in placing a proposal on the agenda, and the 2 weeks requirement before the meeting, and if you also look at the guideline, you will also see that there is also a 1 week time frame for the author to actually be able to edit the content of the proposal. So that is what we'll do during the last call. There was consensus, and then we'll go through the approval process as earlier explained. This is what the implementation takes. I explained that there is a timeline that is set for implementation, and that is 6 months after the last call. Yeah, we understand that there could be some disagreement about the decision, perhaps about the decision of the co-chairs on a particular policy. By the way, decision of co-chairs are not just their own decisions, they are based on their observation of the discussions, and it is based on that they make decision. However, we understand that there could be some different view, and there is always a room to make such requests and known, and there are process defined for that. The co-chairs have the privilege to actually vary the process depending on the issues at hand. So at this point, I think that ends the introduction, everything about the policy development process. It's as simple as that, just a few slides. And so it's my hope that many of you here who have not joined the RPD list will at least join and start seeing some of those mails coming, and before you then decide to start posting something. It's a good thing to be part of this development. Africa is growing, and as it has been repeated several times in this meeting, the next 1 billion internet users is most likely coming from this region, and we actually need to be very ready in ensuring that our policies are strong and our policies are sustainable for the future. At this point, I will call on Ernest to come and give updates on the rest. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sean, for the intro. Mine is gonna be a quick one. I'm going to take you through two things. One, uh, policies that have been implemented recently that might be of interest to the community, and right after that, we'll look at what could be of interest to us that the other regions are discussing. So we have gone ahead and looked at what the other regions are talking about that we think might interest us. We did not pick out everything. We only picked out what we think might be of interest in the context of our region. So when we get to that, I will talk about what is being discussed everywhere else apart from RIPE. Marco will be able to come to the microphone and give us more insight on that when we get to that. So there are two policies that have been implemented recently that we thought we would share with members of the community. The first one, ANICAST assignments in the AFRINIC service region. This one actually was discussed more than 1 year ago, the first version of it. That first version was brought about because at the time, anybody that wanted space for use for ANICASTing their services, there was no policy at AFRINIC that actually was providing guidance to AFRINIC staff to be able to issue ANICAST space. So this policy was proposed and it was implemented initially, but the first version of it was only covering IPv4 space. The other types of resources, IPv6 and AIS numbers, were not part of it. So one of the community members came up and offered a revision of the same proposal to take care of IPv6 ANICAST resources for those that need them, as well as AIS numbers for those that need them for ANICAST. So the way the proposal was written is such that if you need ANICAST space, you can only get 1/24, and that's it. So if you need more, the policy does not cater for you, and you might want to perhaps think of reviewing it if you think it does not meet your needs. That applies also to IPv6 space. If you need ANICAST space for IPv6, IPv6 space for ANICASTing your services, you still can only get 1/48. You can also as well get just one AIS number. I believe these are all in line with the recommendations in BCP 126, which is also, I think, an RFC whose number I just can't recall offhand. I think it's 4876 or something like that. And I think that same RFC has roughly the same recommendations, especially regarding IPv4 and conservation of the IPv4 resource. So that was that's the first proposal that we thought we'd share with you. So any members of the community that now want to acquire IPv4 space or V6 space or an AIS number for ANICASTing their services, there is now a policy that takes care of that. And if you have submitted a request before and it was not considered, please, you can consider resubmitting it again, and you'll be able to get just 1/24. Please don't come for a /16 for ANICAST. You won't get it. The policy doesn't take care of that. The second one, no RDNS unless assigned. This one was actually implemented before the last meeting. It's just that we thought we would also share it with you because many members are still affected by this, and there are still many support tickets that do come to AFRINIC regarding this issue. People, of course, that are noticing that their reverse DNS service does not seem to be working, and they are wondering why, or maybe they missed the communication. Why? And the reason for that is because ever since this proposal, this policy was implemented, the no RDNS unless assigned policy, it touches local internet registries. And those that have taken IPv4 allocations and have not gone to the WHOIS database to register any IP space that they have issued to their customers, to their clients, or to their downstream networks, or to their own network infrastructure, do not have access to reverse DNS services. So if you do notice that perhaps your reverse DNS service is not working, or you cannot actually activate it in MyAfriNIC or in the WHOIS database, you might want to check whether you are affected by this policy proposal. Go into the WHOIS database or go into MyAfriNIC and see whether you have actually gone ahead to create or register any IP addresses that you have issued to your customers, to your clients, to your downstream networks, to your own infrastructure in the WHOIS database. Because if you haven't, then you will be denied reverse DNS services, and chances are that this is because of this proposal, implementation of this proposal in particular. So, Andrew, do you mind if the questions can come right after? Sorry, Chair, I think you should be the one to determine that. Okay, thank you. So these are the two main policies of interest that we thought we should share with you at this particular moment. There are others that have been implemented before, but these ones are still, there are still issues associated with these proposals that we thought we should share with the community, especially regarding the reverse DNS services and the ANICAST resources. Next, I will briefly share with you what is being discussed in the other regions. Just a minute. Sean, would you like the questions to be taken just on this particular one right now, or after? Okay, sure. Andrew, please carry on.
First of all, it's Andrew Alston here from Liquid Telecom. I just want a clarification as to whether or not that RDNS policy is also being applied with regards to the legacy space, because AFRINIC does handle the RDNS for legacy space, but beyond that, and that is purely as a result of legacy. However, AFRINIC has no right to put such determinations on legacy space since they are not bound by the RSA. So can we please get clarification there?
Okay, I will try to answer that question from the knowledge I have, but Madhvi, if you feel you need to clarify, please go ahead and do that. Or if you want to answer it directly, please carry on. Okay. Sure.
Okay, from what was implemented, the policy applies to LIR members because it's no reverse unless assigned. Most of our legacy resource holders in our region do not have allocated PA space, so I'm not sure if it's being applicable. There could be one, but I don't know. The cases that we have come across, they are assigned PIs, so it may not affect them. But if there is a case that we catch and the community feels that it should not be applied to legacy resource holders, then we will have to intervene on our side.
Okay.
Just a minute before Andrew. So that is Madhvi from AFRINIC. So please try to mention your name and your affiliation, and before you make a comment. Go ahead, Andrew.
It's Andrew here from Liquid again. I would like to ask with the indulgence of the chair, that this be verified and brought back to this community before the end of this meeting, as it is an incredibly important point, considering that the vast amount of academic space that sits particularly in the SADC region relies on its reverse DNS. We have already had a massive reverse DNS failure once this year due to a flaw, and I don't want to see them being disenfranchised, so I would like an answer to this before the end of the meeting.
Okay, Andrew. Andrew, we shall take a look at that, and we do take your understand your concerns regarding legacy space holders. As Madhvi said, many of them tend to be assigned PIs, not LIR allocations, and the policy does not touch any other space other than LIR allocations. But we'll look into it and perhaps get back to you at the end of the day with any statistics that could help clarify that.
Yeah, Owen. Oh, okay.
Madhvi, Registration Service Manager, AFRINIC. Just to add one clarification, as from the date of implementation of this policy, we have not had any end user member or legacy resource holder who had an issue registering the reverse DNS on the WHOIS database. We have had no request of any difficulties, otherwise we would have already taken that into account. Thank you.
Owen DeLong, Aaron Advisory Council. I think Andrew's point may be moot, and even if it's not moot, it may be errant anyway. I don't know what conclusion, if any, this region has come to regarding RIR, Authority over Legacy Resources, but in the Aaron region, the determination has been that as the successor registry to the previous registries, the policies do actually apply to legacy resources, whether or not they've signed an RSA.
Thank you, Owen, for that. Has that always been the case, or was that determined recently? Because I've followed a few discussions on the PPML list, and they tend to imply that legacy resource holders are not touched by the RSA, apart from the special legacy RSA that they have signed.
There are many people, well, they are not touched by the RSA, but they are touched by the Aaron policy document, the public policy, number resource policy manual. They are subject to the number resource policy manual, and any operations on them in the registry must be in compliance with those policies. There are lots of people who make claims otherwise on the mailing list and elsewhere, but the consistent position of Aaron staff, the Aaron board, and Aaron's corporate counsel has been that as the successor registry, they do have the authority to implement the policies, and the policies do cover legacy resources as well. And those have so far been upheld in the court cases.
Andrew again here from Liquid. I'd like to comment on this further because this issue has come up a number of times within this community over the past 5 or 6 years. And there has been no policy within this PDP to make legacy space subject to AFRINIC rules. And in fact, it has been argued many times before this community, and there is precedent that legacy space is not subject to this. I point to allocations that have been made to legacy holders where it has been determined that legacy space cannot be counted towards an evaluation of used space by the entity. University of Free State, point in case. University of the Northwest, point in case. University of Cape Town, point in case. So there is precedent to say that legacy space is outside of the auspices of AFRINIC control.
Okay, I think that we might have to escalate this issue to our legal folks and perhaps see if we can get a report from this and get their opinion on it, because regarding the process, Andrew is right. Andrew is right regarding the fact that legacy spaces are not considered when evaluating utilization of V4 space for subsequent allocations. But I think that's besides the point of whether actual policies and any future policies will actually touch or affect legacy resource holders and other legacy resources in the WHOIS database. I believe this is something that needs maybe further study, and perhaps maybe at a point in time we can involve our legal advisors and see if we can take it a step ahead. I believe this is not the time to give a conclusive answer on that, especially given that the other regions have looked at it and have a different view on it. Maybe it's something we need to take a look at again.
Thank you, Ernest. Thank you to everyone as well. I think you move to the next item. If there are no more comments, any further comments on what has just been discussed? Okay. Let's move on, please.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, we went ahead and looked at the what other regions are talking about, and I'll quickly summarize a few of the policies that we thought we would share with the community here, in case the community thinks that some of these maybe might touch our region and perhaps might be of interest to us. A quick look at what we picked from the ARIN region. The ARIN region, they have a discussion about how ARIN handles reorganizations, I believe, from the context of internal resource transfers regarding mergers and acquisitions, and if one company acquires the other, or if a department of one company acquires another, or wants to transfer its resources to another. This is something that is being discussed, and I believe that such an issue has come up before on our mailing list regarding how AFRINIC handles internal transfers of IP blocks from one member organization to another organization, whether they are a member or not. And it is interesting that it has come up before, and this is something we thought we'd share. Then the second one that we thought was interesting is the need to change utilization requirements for subsequent allocations from considering the last used allocation to the total aggregate of all the allocations that a member holds. I believe this is how this is what it is. So the way ARIN handles utilization or assessment of utilization when giving out additional space to members is they were, I believe, looking at or evaluating utilization of the most recent allocation. And this proposal seeks to adjust that so that they look at the utilization of all allocations held by the member. I see Owen is trying to clarify that, and Owen, please feel free.
Yeah, you're right about the intent of the proposal. I just wanted to clarify, it's no longer a proposal, it's policy.
Oh.
It was adopted.
It was actually adopted. Thank you for that, Owen. So that actually was adopted. When was it? Was it recently? Okay. Okay, so that was actually adopted recently by the ARIN community. So in our region, Madhvi again will have to correct me on this. When looking at utilization of the most recent space, I believe we look at the aggregate, Madhvi, or do we look at the aggregate, or do we look at the last used allocation? Because this is perhaps might have some bearing on some of our processes.
Okay. The interpretation of the policy at the moment is the org should have reached 80% utilization of aggregated space. But when our members, they range from the very small ones up to the large resource requests. So during the evaluation of additional resource requests, what we do is we audit the latest allocation. But as the number of prefixes grow for the organization and IPs are spread all over their services, then we go for auditing aggregated space. But if we audited the previous time, it was 80%, we assume it has been audited, so the 80% rule still applies. Am I clear?
Yeah, so you're clear. So it's a most recent allocation, last used allocation, not aggregate.
It's 80% aggregated space, but when we do it, when in practice, okay, we still refer, if they had 80% aggregated space in the last allocation, we audit that. And the previous ones were already audited.
So it is.
So we audit the first one, 80%, they get another resource, they get another prefix. They come back for more, we'll audit the last allocation because that hasn't been audited. It was recently given to them.
Okay, so
but as the tick request grows, we do the full audit of all the prefixes. But the 80% rule is aggregatable. It's just how we put it in practice.
Okay, thanks, Michael. LACNIC, we picked just one from there. LACNIC are still, there's an inter-RIR transfer proposal that's being discussed in LACNIC, and I believe it is still under discussion. So this proposal allows organizations outside of the LACNIC region to transfer space into LACNIC from another registry, so that for the purposes of building more networks in LACNIC, etc. The way I looked at this proposal, I did not see, unless I missed something, it seems it allows only transfer of space into the LACNIC region, not out of the LACNIC region. And I believe if there's a LACNIC representative here, they could correct us. This we picked up because an inter-RIR transfer proposal has come up before in our region, although it was rejected. But yeah, it has actually, two of them have come up before. And this is again of interest for those who think that this might be necessary in our region. Andrew, you have a question?
Yeah, I've just been looking. Okay, so the right policy specifically states that if I want to buy space from a right member, I've got to be a right member and I can't use it in the region. I asked Owen just now what the Aaron thing said about space going out of the region. He said it's not in the policy, but it's a staff interpretation. If you can clarify that, Owen. LACNIC's obviously said they can transfer space into the region. My question is, in the event of an inter-RIR transfer policy being made available that does allow for AFRINIC members to transfer space in, what is the current state of readiness to accept space and transfers like that? Have we done any planning whatsoever in our back-end systems to actually allow for transfers in and out of the region?
I'll try to answer that. The last question in particular, and the answer is yes, because knowing that you pretty much know the history of AFRINIC, and in our setup we've actually had transfers of space from other regions, including all the technical aspects that come with it, from reverse DNS to sanity of checks in the WHOIS database, etc. So on the technical side, yes, I believe that we are 100% ready for that. It's the policy side that would be the issue. Owen, please.
Owen DeLong, Aaron Advisory Council. Without getting into the murky and muddy details of staff interpretation of policy, I would let the Aaron staff represent themselves if they were here to do so. I will say that this proposal did not achieve consensus in LACNIC and was returned to the mailing list. So it's still being discussed in LACNIC, and there is substantial resistance to the non-reciprocal nature of the proposal.
Thanks, Owen. And yeah, the same proposal was, well, not the same, but a similar proposal came in our community, I think about 2 years back, and I think it was mainly rejected, other than Andrew, who supported it. Not just kidding.
Yeah, you have a comment on this?
It's a question.
Okay, please state your name and your affiliation.
Okay, my name is Michael Graaf, and I'm an AFRINIC fellow. And this is a question about policy in general. It should have come at the earlier session, but I was distracted. But please indulge me. The question is simply whether, when the co-chairs recommend to the board to ratify a policy, does the board have the power to decline to ratify it, or are they just a rubber stamp they have to ratify it? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I'll take that. From the side of, although I see the board chair is coming up, but from the side of the policy and the co-chair, we understand that board has that option. Thank you.
The board looks at the process used in arriving at that policy and not the content in approving. We approve that the process was followed, everything is fine and done according to the rules.
Yeah, Sunday. Sorry, the question was whether you have the option to reject or not. And I hope my response was in sync with yours. That's just what I want to
Could
confirm.
you repeat your response?
That you have the option to reject the approval, I mean to disapprove the recommendation of the PDP co-chair or not.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think we can continue.
We picked two proposals from the AFRINIC region, and the first one was the modification to the criteria for getting AS numbers from AFRINIC. And I believe this discussion has also popped up a couple of times on our mailing list, and this is why we thought we should share this. So this proposal at AFRINIC modifies the eligibility criteria for getting AS numbers such that the need to be multi-homed is removed, it's wiped out. So currently this is the requirement to get an AS number from AFRINIC. I believe it is the same requirement to get an AS number from AFRINIC, and the AFRINIC region is considering removing this requirement. The only requirement that is going to remain is that whoever is requesting the AS number is planning to use it within 6 months. That's our interpretation, and if anybody from AFRINIC thinks we misinterpreted it, please feel free to correct us. This has come up before, and this is why we're sharing it. The second interesting proposal at AFRINIC also is a modification of the eligibility criteria for IPv4 space, and the proposal would extend the criteria for end site IPv4 requirements. These are the equivalent of end users in our region, so that an organization can be eligible to get IPv4 space if it is currently multi-homed or interconnected with an upstream provider address space, or plans to advertise the requested space within 3 months. So we did not read through the rest of the proposal to find out the motivation for this, but I believe one of the reasons that the AFRINIC region perhaps could be considering proposals like this is because large allocations in the AFRINIC region are no longer possible anyway, since they are already in the last phase of their of consuming their last /8, which last phase only allows issuance of small blocks in the first place. So I believe they are trying to make it not that difficult or to make it easy for anybody to get a small block from AFRINIC, if only they show that they will be multi-homed, or if they plan to use it within a reasonably short time after getting it. The requirement to just be multi-homed has also come up in our region. And again, this is the intent of sharing these two proposals because they are similar to what has been discussed before. And I believe that our folks that receive requests from members have seen arguments like this, companies saying, hey, we just want to be multi-homed, but we do not meet the rest of the requirements, and we think we deserve to get IPv4 space. And if you think that is the case that applies to you, it's being discussed elsewhere, maybe go through the current mechanisms to propose something similar. So at this point, I would like to call Marco to the policy personnel at RIPE NCC to share with us what RIPE NCC is discussing. You're here, there's no need for me to talk about it. Ashil?
Yeah, good morning, bonjour. My name is Marco Schmidt. I'm the Ernest from the RIPE NCC. I'm working there as the Policy Development Officer. And yeah, I would like to give you a little update about the recent policy developments in our region. But first, I would like to say that I'm very happy to be here at this very special AFRINIC meeting for the 10th anniversary. And yeah, as Ernest and Søren said, in our region, quite a lot of policy proposals have been discussed recently or are under discussion. And it's maybe for you from interest what was discussed. And yeah, exactly, now I understand how it works. And yeah, I have, because there were quite many proposals discussed and recently accepted, and also others are still under discussion. And I have divided my talk a little bit in topics. I will present some proposals related to IPv6 deployments, then something about internet resource transfers. That's a topic that is not possible right now here in the AFRINIC region, but RIPE NCC, the RIPE region had quite some development there. And also on request, I will talk about the out-of-region use, because there's a policy proposal here. First, I would like to talk about IPv6 deployments and proposals related to that. We have right now on the mailing list two proposals under discussions. One is to keep the IPv6 PI assignments when requesting IPv6 allocation, because right now the RIPE policies defines if you want to have an IPv6 allocation as a member and you got in the past IPv6 PI, you need to return it if they have the same routing policy. And the proposal said, well, that's actually bad for IPv6 deployment, because a company might have started to deploy IPv6 on their provide independent assignment, and then they're forced to a number. And yeah, he proposed to remove that section, and that in the initial discussion phase, it got a fast amount of supporting voices. And right now, the RIPE NCC is preparing, or actually has finished the impact analysis, and then it will move to the next phase next week, to the review phase, and then the discussion will go on. Another proposal is the assessment criteria for large IPv6 allocations. Quickly to explain, in the RIPE region, you can get by default a /32 IPv6 allocation, and you can get up to a /29 without any further justification. If you want to have more than a /29, you have to justify them by the amount of users that you have at that moment and the extent of your network. However, we have now quite some organizations and governments in our region that are not ISPs, but they plan to roll out, they plan to deploy IPv6, multinational companies or governments, and they often have a very aggregated addressing plan over multiple hierarchical levels. Like if you think about a multinational company, they have different businesses in different countries and different branches and so on. And the same for governments. They have the national government, federal governments, counties, states, cities. And they often have problems to justify their request. They need quite large address blocks for their plan, and it doesn't match with the current policy. So there is a proposal to remove this strict requirement and replace it by additional requirements. And it was also initially discussed. It got some support, and it will now move to the review phase. And right now, the YPNC is creating an impact analysis. So we'll look into it, what actually will happen if this proposal would be accepted. One proposal related to IPv6 that was accepted in March, so a few months ago, was removing the IPv6 requirement when requesting IPv4. To give you there a bit of background, you probably know IPv in the right region. We have to reach the last /8, and each member can get only one little block, 1/22 IPv4. And until March, the policy said, in order to get this block of IPv4, you need to have an IPv6 allocation. The idea was behind to push the people a little bit to use IPv6. However, it was proposed to remove this requirement, and it reached consensus. And maybe some of you might say now, okay, what is this good for the IPv6 deployment to remove this requirement? But the RIPE community came to the conclusion that this pushing by policy IPv6 does not really help. There was a comparison with candies and vegetables on the mailing list. Like somebody said, yeah, everybody wants to have the candy, the last bit of IPv4, but you should eat your vegetable to be healthy. The IPv6, you have IPv6 for it. But then people said, well, we all are adults. We all should know how many candies we can eat and that we should live healthy. So nobody needs to tell us this. And that's why it was removed, and it was also, the RIPE NCC was mandated to promote IPv6, to promote the use of IPv6, and we are doing this. And looking at the last few months since March, actually new members still requesting IPv6, so that's a good sign. Coming to another larger topic, it's resource transfers, internet resource transfers. There's right now one under discussion about the transfer requirements. Right now in our region, it is possible to transfer IPv4 space, but if you receive such a transfer, you cannot transfer it again for 24 months, for 2 years. There's a holding period. This was proposed and accepted to avoid speculation, that somebody gets it, immediately sells it again, or transfer it again. And however, I mentioned before, you can get also this /22 from the RIPE NCC, from the last /8. And there is right now no holding period on it. The policy doesn't define anything there. So what happened, that people open an LAR, get a /22 and transfer it immediately. Open another LAR, because it's possible in the RIPE region, get a /22 and transfer it again. And this proposal tried to mitigate that problem and also propose a 24-month period, holding period for allocations given by the RIPE NCC for this /22. There was quite some discussion on the mailing list, but right now it is in the review phase. And once this review phase is over, the working group chairs will review if there's consensus or not. And in the last months, quite some proposals related to transfers have been accepted in our region. In March, it was to allow IPv6 transfers and also AS number transfers between resource holders. And now with these two proposals, actually, it is possible to transfer any type of resource inside our region. So it's IPv4, PA, PI, IPv6, PA, PI, and AS numbers. It has been accepted in March, and the RIPE NCC is right now busy with the implementation, and we expect around July we will be done. And then these transfers will be possible inside the region. And then in April, we all have accepted, the RIPE community has accepted an inter-area transfer policy. And this is one very open, that it says that any resource can be transferred to another region if this other region has a compatible transfer policy for inter-area transfers, which is right now ARIN and AFRINIC. ARIN has an inter-area policy for IPv4, and AFRINIC has a transfer policy for IPv4 and AS numbers. And we are implementing them right now, and probably in August we will be ready. I mentioned right now a couple of times the difference between accepting and implementing. Maybe I should point out in the RIPE region it's different than here, that the board has no final word to say. It is once the working group chairs declare final consensus, the policy change is accepted and the policy document changes. However, the RIPE in the C needs some time to implement it, to adjust the procedures, to adjust the software, and to make more clear that there's a period where the policy is already in place but not followed by the RIPE in the C. We document this now, or we show this on our page, on our website. Then I was asked to talk about out-of-region use, because you have an ongoing policy proposal for that one. There is in the RIPE region no current policy that defines out-of-region use, and there's also no proposal like that. But one active network element is located in the RIPE in the C service region. And yeah, I would like to close my presentation briefly with some interesting information, I hope interesting, that we of course I try to promote the PDP as much as possible to raise the awareness and raise the participation. Here you can see a map from Europe that shows a little bit in 2014 from which countries were people contributing on the mailing list to policy discussions. Because also here to point out one difference, here in AFRINIC you decide on policy proposals at a meeting, while in the RIPE region it is always, or in the RIPE community, it's always on the mailing list. So policy discussions and policy decisions are made on the mailing list. And you see on the bottom a little bit of Africa, and it's gray. So in 2014 there was no one from the African continent participating on the community discussion, the RIPE community. But it doesn't mean that you cannot. You're all invited to do so, because as Søren said, the RIPE community is open for everyone. It's not limited to the RIPE in the C service region. So if you see any proposal from the RIPE region that you find interesting, that you think it might impact your business, or that you think that is a proposal good or bad for the internet, by all means, please join the discussion and be part of the RIPE community. And also, just briefly to mention, to increase the awareness, I'm also sending now monthly policy updates in Arabic and Russian to some specific mailing list in the Middle East and the countries of the former Soviet Union, to make people more aware about what's going on. And I would like to close my presentation with some hopefully useful information. If you have more questions about policy proposals and the PDP in the RIPE region, you can find me in the next days here during the meeting. Or if not, you always can send me an email. If you would like to be a bit updated, stay updated what's going on, you can follow me on Twitter. They always get the latest developments of the PDP in the RIPE region and beyond. And there are also some links on the bottom that if you download the presentation, you can see the current policy proposals. That's from my side. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Then thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Marco, for that update. And I believe if there are no questions, we are at the end of our mid-morning session.
Okay, it looks like there's a question.
Oh, okay, please.
Please go ahead.
Bonjour. Good morning, everybody. I will speak in French. I would like to thank you for all the presentations made this morning. My name is let me know. I have a couple of concerns regarding all the presentations made. I spent the night looking at all the AFRINIC sites, and I have realized that regarding policy discussions, that it has been done in November in Mauritius. And I have checked the different versions of the policy. There was no update. Do we still have to discuss these same policies where nothing has been modified on the versions? We have followed the presentations to share their experience. It's very good, but at the level of AFRINIC, are we really prepared for all these procedures? I don't think so. This policy has already been discussed. There was no update. Logically, it should not be discussed again. In my humble opinion, this is a waste of time. The same discussion will have the same effects given the recommendations of the first discussions have not been taken into consideration. Second, regarding the inter-area transfer, frankly, I have the impression that if AFRINIC will set up a type of policy of this kind, it will be risky, because with the advent of IPv6, the transfer will be easy, and maybe will not have local clients, because thank you.
Just to clarify, I hope I got all the concerns. It's which of the policies are you referring to? Is it the one for service region, or the one for IXP, or the one for out of region? So is it the three of them, or which specific one?
I would say three, but mainly the interzone transfer.
Interzone transfer. Sorry, the interpreter said interzone transfer, so I don't know whether that is the right interpretation of what you're trying to say.
So it's out of region.
Oh, out of region.
The good meaning.
Okay. So thank you very much. Out of region happens to be the only policy amongst the three policies, the two policies right now that has been updated recently. So according to the PDP process, once there's an update on a particular policy, it needs to be presented on the floor, and then we'll continue to discuss it. It depends on the outcome of this discussion that will determine whether we recommend to the author to either withdraw or we just don't see updates and it expires. Just like the service guideline has just been withdrawn. Otherwise, it may have actually expired after this session. That's what I can say about that. And I think there's a second question on the entire transfer. I think nobody has suggested that there's going to be a policy on that now. But if there's somebody that is compelled to start it up, maybe they could take note of your comment as a sign of, as a point of warning, or they could still go ahead to present the policy proposal. It's interesting that we're getting more queues now. This is at the expense of our break. So what I would suggest is that We'll continue. We may need to adjust the timing for the tea break. And let's just take the comments from the floor. So, Paulus, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's a brief one. It's related to transfers also. I didn't get the translation quick enough, but I just wanted to learn, Paulus Nyirenda from Malawi, I just want to learn from the RIPE region on transfers. They have, if you get a /22 and you want to transfer it, you've got to wait a certain amount of time, right, before you can transfer it. I guess this was designed to reduce the number of transfers per unit time, and I wanted to know how successful it is. What from your presentation, people are picking up the /22 and transferring it too quickly. So you put in a policy to limit the period in which a transfer can take place. What's your experience with the slowing down of the process?
Yeah, I have to clarify. This is at this moment it's just a proposal. It has not been accepted, so it is still possible to open an LAR and transfer it immediately. And we have reported to the RIPE community. We see cases that even an organization open up to 30 LARs and does so. We expect, we have done an impact analysis and we have calculated that around 10% of the allocations that we currently hand out from the last /8 get transferred quite quickly afterwards. I think it's around, if I remember the numbers fine, yeah, it was 10%. And we would expect that if this policy proposal gets accepted, that this number will be reduced by this 10% of new allocations that we hand out.
Owen DeLong, RNAC. By my calculations, and I could be wrong about this, there are 64 times 256, roughly, /22s and a /8. Given the rate at which /22s are exiting the building under this process, by the time you guys get around to adopting this policy, will there still be /22s to protect?
Yes, it should. I mean, it's we cannot predict how long this proposal will go, but right now it's in the review phase. Let's say it would reach consensus, then in around 2-3 months it might be accepted, but it can have more rounds. But we also have estimated in the impact analysis, taking the current rate of /22s that we have, we should have enough for around 5.5 years. So it should be on time. If nothing happened, that more members signing up or more LARs are opened. This we cannot foresee right now, but seeing at the last 6 months, the consumption rate, we have enough for 5.5 years.
Okay, thank you. Professor Lee.
Yeah, this is nikweno.ghana.com. I get the feeling from the first question as to the status of the policies under discussion that perhaps we have not made clear the modifications, because when I look at the document on the website, I still see the last date 3rd July 2014, and so perhaps we have not had opportunity to see the modifications, and that is why those kinds of questions are coming. So that's what I felt. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. The date on the slides is actually the date the proposal was actually submitted. The initial proposal submission, the modification is actually, if you look at the URL that was placed on the slides, includes the date for the modification. But I recognize that we should have actually put that on the slide as well.
Yeah,
so
I think that's the point, meaning that if that's what we're going to discuss, that is what we should have.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for that observation.
Okay, Christian Bope speaking on my own capacity. Just following Arno's comments. First of all, I think Arno deserves a credit because he spent all of his night checking the policy to see the policy we'll be discussing today. And my question is just simple: is yes or no? If the policy we will be discussing today has been it's the updated version of the one we discussed in Mauritius, yes, we can discuss on it.
Yes.
If not, okay, we can discuss on it. But at least because it seems
sorry, with a distinction, the policy we're discussing today, one of them is a yes.
Yeah.
The other one is a no.
Which means that the no will not discuss, right?
No. The no has not expired, and because of that, we'll have to still bring it back to the floor. According to the PDP process, the process is that a policy will remain alive until after 1 year of no editing. So we have just had one discussion of one of the policies in Mauritius, and that is what we are still carrying over up to now. We haven't gotten to 1 year yet. So if there is no update after this, or if the floor recommends, again, the co-chairs can't withdraw a policy. It has to be clear. We cannot unilaterally do this. It is the community that have to really get their views out, and then get the authors to willingly withdraw the policy. So we are just doing our job by making sure that we follow the process. So that's the reason why we're actually going to have the policy discussed again.
Oh, maybe my brain is not well suited, but I'm a bit lost. Let me try to summarize what you have just said now.
Okay.
Is what you are saying is we have 3 policies. One has been updated, and 2 have not been updated.
Okay, we have three policies that was sent to the mailing list like 2 weeks ago. Recently, which was yesterday, one has been withdrawn.
Okay.
And it is in the slides, and that is the one that has to do with AFRINIC service region. That has been withdrawn. We have one which has been updated by making sure it was updated 1 week before this deadline, and it was sent to the list. And we have one which is just coming, is represented as is.
Which means we'll not discuss on it.
We are discussing it.
But because it seems like we're discussing the same thing we've discussed in Mauritius. We're wasting our time.
That's correct. So it's important. Like I said, we can't withdraw it ourselves. We can only wait for it to expire. Yeah, so since it hasn't expired, we have to discuss it.
Yeah, which means at the same time we are wasting our time to discuss about the policy. We can do other thing, something else, right?
Okay, I think it depends on how we see it. Okay. You will agree with me that the people that were in Mauritius are not the people that will be here. The composition of people in Mauritius are different from the people that are here. So maybe a lot may have changed between Mauritius and now to make people support the proposal more, or to go against it more, to also encourage the authors to withdraw.
Okay, last comment. Maybe I don't have a full understanding of the policy. You may understand it better than me.
Yes.
Just try to help me to reach your understanding. What you are saying is, even though there is no update, we can discuss on the policy.
Yes, so long as the 1 year has not been expired, has not been reached. Yes, thank you.
My name is Douglas Onyango, and I would like to ask a question following the RIPE update. In that update, there was one particular proposal that sought to remove number of users as the only requirement for allocations, I believe, for B6. We've had a similar policy here proposed in the region, but it was the very opposite, for us to actually unilaterally have a number of users as the requirement for allocations and assignments. I would like to ask what motivated this policy. Why do you think we should remove this why did RIPE come to the conclusion that they needed to remove this as the only requirement? I ask because we had this policy, we had a discussion, and I think maybe there is a possibility that in the future someone may attempt to reintroduce such a policy, and it would be helpful if we learned from why you guys in the RIPE region think this wasn't an excellent idea. Thank you.
Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, as you said correctly, right now the policy defines you have to show the amount of existing users to justify an allocation larger than /29, and this is very much matching for ISPs, because they can easily say, okay, we have 1 million users, we want to give them a /48, please give us a /28 or a /27. However, the two proposers that made these proposals, one is from the British Ministry of Defense, and the other is from a German company, multinational company called Kaufland, and they both have plans to make a very aggregated, multi-level addressing plan, and they want to have basically, let's talk about one government example, they want to have enough space for each city that they want to give. Above, they want to have space for each county, above for each state, and then in the future, when there will be some growth in each city, in each state, they would not like to give them another block somewhere else. They want to have one aggregated block. So they want to integrate some reservation in each multi-hierarchical level, which is right now with the policy not possible, because we will just ask, okay, how many end sites do you have? Okay, this is the block that you can get. And that's why they made this proposal to take such additional requirements like security, safety mechanisms, or this kind of multi-hierarchical level into account.
Yeah, President.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a slight follow-up to Christian Bope's question. We are wondering, if there's no new information, how we would avoid rediscussing the same thing over and over, and because we like to converge, and so that's the nature of the question. Okay. If there's some new information, then we could perhaps discuss and get consensus or not. But if we have to recreate the entire debate over again, perhaps we may not be able to converge. So I thought I would point that out.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. From the Mauritius meeting, we recall that there were a lot of comments that were made in relation to this proposal we're talking about, which is the AIS proposal, and those comments were actually on the minutes. I've been told by the authors that they intend to actually respond to some of those comments in this session. So we are hoping that perhaps one of the author has something to do. I see Frank there. However, irrespective of that, like I said, we are actually bringing this back because of the process, not necessarily because we've discussed it before. We're just following the process. Thank you.
There is new information. It will be presented. Happy tea break.
Sorry. Hello, Frank. You haven't introduced yourself. You just gave us, it sounds like a secret working group information.
I didn't want you to waste your tea break time, sorry. My name is Frank. I'm one of the co-authors of that policy.
Yeah. So 2 seconds of the tea break.
Yes, please.
I think that the PDP, the process itself, requires that unless a policy has been taken off the floor or has expired, it is still in play and needs to be on the mailing list as well as on the face-to-face meeting. This is the policy. So I think unilateral withdrawal of a policy would break our own PDP. So yes, it needs to come here. If there is no debate on it, let it sit on the floor and then go out 2 seconds later. That is the process.
Yes.
I don't believe anyone says we should take it off the floor.
Yeah.
What one is saying is, what is your process to make it converge, and not that we go all the way back to the beginning and debate everything we've done before. But you gave the answer that the minutes are there and you will use the minutes to guide us to closure. And
Yes,
I like
please.
that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go for coffee break now, and I'll say we'll come back at 11. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the PPM, and like I said, we'll move it to the next item on the agenda, which is to discuss the policy proposal, the out-of-region use of AFRINIC internet number resources. The author is Douglas. The proposal was initially submitted at the date you can see on the screen, which is 2014 of July 3rd. However, there will be revisions after that, and that's the URL to the revisions. The most recent one was sent in last week, 2 weeks ago. Was sent in 2 weeks ago. And that is the one we are actually discussing because it was sent minimum of 1 week before the public policy meeting, and that got it to the that got it on the agenda. So I will, without wasting time, call on Douglas to come and just a minute.
I have just a question because before the break, the discussion was there was one policy which was updated and other was not updated. Which one we are discussing now?
We are discussing the one that was updated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Douglas Onyango. Chair, I wanted to make a procedural comment before I start doing my presentation. Do I have to go down to do that? Okay. My comment is in regard with how we are handling the PDP right now, the discussions. It is my understanding that to gauge the consensus on the policy, we will have to require a co-chair, and I'm aware that we have only one at the front. My question is, are we going to proceed without another co-chair at this point, or are we going to try and get a co-chair so that we can be able to finish the discussion?
Okay, thank you, Douglas. I'm not sure where is indicated that it has to be the two co-chairs that observe consensus. I think one of the essence of having a co-chair is that there is always someone to chair the meeting, and that is so. Since we have a co-chair right now that is chairing the meeting, I think if we could actually observe consensus. Thank you. Andrew?
Chair, I think that Douglas raises a very valid question. I think that policies such as this end up placing restrictions or allowances on this entire community, and I believe that consensus is gauged by two chairs for the avoidance of any doubt. I think that without that there is potential, and I am not implying in any way that you are biased. Please do not take it that way. I am saying that there is a perception that consensus may not be fairly gauged without at least two people confirming that. I think that the question should be what the views on this floor are, and I think that we should ask if there is consensus to proceed with only one chair, or if we should actually bring in, via a vote on this floor, a second co-chair for the purposes of this meeting, and I believe that the community should be the gauge of that rather than the chair of the PDP.
Please go ahead, Mark.
This is Mark Alkins, member of the AFRINIC board. Sien, can I suggest that perhaps we look to one of the past chairs that might be in this room, perhaps Alan Barrett or Paulos Nandira, to assist you so that we can get over the speed bump, please? If not, anyone else that is familiar with the notion of what PDP is all about, perhaps even this gentleman in front of me from the US, no problem. Temporary basis only.
Sunday.
Sunday, speaking in my personal capacity, I just wanted to observe that per the process, and has been said, there should be two co-chairs. It's not one and a vice when he is not around. It's co-chairs, and per the process, they should put heads together and determine whether there is rough consensus. Since we're in a unique situation that Adam is not available, my suggestion, as Mark said, is that the co-chair should look in the hall, appoint someone with sufficient experience in an interim capacity to make sure that the process is online, and then whatever needs to be done can be done later on. But I think we're in a unique situation and we should deal with it as being unique.
Thank you. Yeah, Christian, please.
Yeah, just concerning Sunday comments, I have a concern about that because we know that there will be an election of the PDB co-chair, and if now we ask the PDB co-chair who will be subject to the election just this afternoon to propose another PDB co-chair, I think it's not good. We will first what we should do is to do an election for the PDB co-chair as per the bylaw, and after that we will decide which to do next, not to do what we are planning to do now. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew.
Chair, I would have no objections in principle to moving the election forward so that we have two chairs. I would also have no objection to using one of the past co-chairs, provided that there is consensus in this room. This is a bottom-up community. If this community feels that somebody from this floor can adequately act as co-chair, then that is the community's decision. Let the community's voice be heard.
Okay, thank you very much. All the views have been well taken and noted. I just think it's very clear, it's very important to clarify something. This is not the first situation. This is for the first time we're having a setup like this. I think it was in Cote d'Ivoire, where I actually happened to be the one that chaired that session. And we had consensus. We observed consensus. And the call, there was no call then. There was no such call then. While I recognize that the views are important and perhaps they are said with good intentions, I have serious concern on my personal self. I think it's good. We can proceed to do that. But I'm just concerned that it has to come up, even though we have actually had consensus by co-chair in the past. Having said that, I will go by asking Ernest. Perhaps he has a comment.
Just reading this text from the PDP, perhaps to enlighten everybody. That's Article 5, the last paragraph. It says, if the working group chair is unable to serve his or her full term, the working group may select a replacement to serve the remainder of the term. Now, this is already on plan to do it this evening. We're already planning to have a little session, 10-15 minutes, to call for a representative that will complete the term of Adam Nelson. Now, the next, if the working group chairs are unable to attend the public policy meeting, the working group shall nominate a chair for the session. Anyone present at the meeting, whether in person or by remote participation, may participate in the selection process for a temporary chair. So I believe to move forward, the working group is you, everybody here. You can please nominate some who you think can be a chair for the session. Perhaps those who can volunteer, who wish to volunteer to chair and are familiar with the PDP, please feel free to come forward, volunteer yourselves, and we get the sessions going. Thank you.
Chair, I would like to nominate Mark Elkins.
Okay, apologies for that. Christian, you have a...
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please make it quick, Christian? Thank you.
Don't worry. I want to tell the member of the community, I've been part of this community for almost more than 5 years, and I've noticed one energetic gentleman who I believe he can help us to work on policy development process, and I put my faith on that man. And as people in this community have some trust on me, I think they should trust that man. I would like to nominate Barry as a candidate for the PDB co-chair. Thank you.
Quick clarification. There are two Barrys. Which are the Barrys?
Just in order to avoid any confusion, I would like to introduce myself, my candidate.
I accept the nomination.
Okay, thank you, Barry, for accepting the nomination. Do we have any other nominees or?
Hi, Salman Nakhal. I am speaking of my personal capacity. I am nominated Mr. Mark Elkins.
Okay, thank you, Haitham. So Haitham nominates Mark Elkins. So we have two nominees so far. We have Barry Macharia from Tespoc and Mark Elkins, who is a board member. That's a conflict because if somebody is on the board, I believe there might be a bit of a conflict. That person might be conflict. I'm not sure what the board thinks about that. But perhaps, okay.
I point out that Mark Elkins is an alternate director, and while he does sit on the board, unless his primary is available, he does not have a vote, and therefore I do not see a conflict.
Okay, but don't we want to consider the fact that his election is coming up tomorrow, and what if he is elected? We have to repeat the process again.
No, I don't think so, because we are bringing someone in for a temporary period, for the period of this PDP meeting. The election will still go ahead this evening. We are asking for someone for today.
Actually not. We have decided, Andrew, to replace, to get somebody to complete Adam's term. So that's what we're doing now. And I think with that in mind, that might get Mark conflicted. So we still have Barry, if Mark understands that. And perhaps Owen, you go first, and then Sandy.
Owen DeLong, Aaron Advisory Council, and speaking only as a sort of member of the community. I believe that it is a conflict of interest because even as an alternate, it may be that the decisions made here today come before the board for ratification, and Mark is called to vote if his primary is not available, and that reduces the checks and balances. So it is therefore, in my opinion, a conflict of interest, regardless.
Thank you, Owen, and I think that's clear enough. Thank you. Sandy, please.
Okay. Whatever the intention is, whether it is for today alone or to the end of the term, Mark Elkins is conflicted and should not do it. The principle is not right. There are enough competent, brilliant people in this hall. I also totally agree with Owen that we might say he is alternate, but by the time it gets there for ratification, his heart has changed. Let's not just play into territory we don't have to play into. Thank you.
I withdraw my comments based on the fact that we are looking for someone for a longer period. So I withdraw my comments about the alternate, and I'm quite happy to accept that in that case Mark is conflicted, and I'm happy with Barry's nomination, and I will actually second it.
Thank you.
Okay. Abdulmanem Galila from Egypt. From my personal capacity, I nominate Mark Allens for to be coach.
I'm sorry, you nominate who?
Mark Allens.
Mark Elkins.
Mark Allens, yeah.
Mark Elkins is conflicted and cannot be nominated. Thank you. Christian?
Yeah, just I think we conclude that Mark Elkins is in the conflict of interest, and I don't want to say more on that. Just to thank Mark Elkins for accepting to withdraw his candidate. Thank you.
Okay, Mustafa.
I think that I'm Mustafa from Tunisia. I think we need to wait for the election of the co-chair who is going to have these 2 terms, 2 years term, and we are invited to vote him, and then we'll see for the second person who's going to complete or replace the person who withdrew. So we need to proceed for the first election. I have a proposal in this way. If we have 2 candidates for the position where we have published their CV, for the position of a co-chair, why don't we take the one who was elected for the term of 2 years? As for the second, we'll see if the person accepts this position. So this will be completed. So of course we need to see the 2 CVs for this purpose.
I believe that your suggestion would have held if this happened after the scheduled election in the afternoon. However, it has happened before, and we have a situation where we need a replacement of somebody to complete the term of the co-chair that resigned. And if it has to be done now, then I don't think we can determine who would have won the election in the afternoon and who would be in a position to complete the term of the guy that resigned. So in my mind, I think the exercise still needs to go on, and for the interest of getting the policy discussions going on with the 2 co-chairs. Thank you.
Mr.
Dr.
Chairman,
Nee.
I just think that being such a good community-based organization, we should be trying to reach out and get newer people to be participating as often as we can, as long as they meet the qualification requirements. In that regard, I really think Barry is a reasonable option, and we should simply encourage him to take the role and give it a good try and move on. If we keep on continuously, inviting our own selves all the time, the community part, which is a requirement of an IRR, will become stale. And so I am very keen to have a new face, a new party, to also begin to learn how to become a good co-chair, and eventually we'll have many people able to do that job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nee. So, Alan, you have a comment?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. The process says that we have 2 co-chairs, but I see nothing in the document that says that they must both be present at any meeting. And we do have precedent that in the past we have had meetings such as this where only one of the co-chairs was present. So I don't think that we need to worry too much about that in terms of the procedure. However, in terms of the will of the community, if the people in this room want us to have 2 co-chairs, we should listen to them. And so we need to make a decision whether to appoint a co-chair only for this meeting, or whether to appoint a co-chair to serve out the remainder of Adam's term. Actually, we need to do that in any case. One of our co-chairs has resigned. We must appoint a replacement to serve out the end of his term. The decision we have to make is whether to do that right now or whether to wait until after the election, which is later this afternoon. I don't really care what decision is made, but this meeting, I think, should make that decision. And then based on the result of that decision, we might or might not have to appoint a co-chair for this meeting. That is my interpretation of both precedents and the rules as they are written.
Okay, thanks, Alan. I believe at this point, given Alan's input, I think at the start of the session we planned, agreed here with Sean, and I think with a little bit of your input, Alan, that we actually go ahead and select someone to complete Adam's term. If anybody feels otherwise, I would like to see that. But otherwise, I think let's go ahead and ask Barry to maybe come up and you never know. Barry, you need to convince the community that you're the guy to replace Adam and complete his term. Maybe you can't even talk. You never know. So, so Barry, you have a minute. Yes. Sell yourself to the community. Tell them what you can do and how well you know the PDP.
Okay. My name is Abari Apudo Macharia. I work at TESPOC. I handle Kenya Internet Exchange Point. I've been involved in this community since 2011. I believe I'm able to do this job if given the opportunity. I've been nominated, I accept the nomination, and since I know most of you, I'm ready to work with everyone that is here.
Thank you very much, Barry. We'll do a quick, simple poll. Those who think that Barry is capable and should complete Adam's term, can I see all your hands up? Thank you. We'll not count, but we have roughly the picture. Those who think Barry is not capable to complete Adam's term and should not be put in place to complete Adam's term, let me see your hands up. Thank you. Barry.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, Barry, can you please come to the floor and
yes,
co-chair the session with Sean? Thank you.
Thank you.
May I please call Douglas to come ahead and continue with the rest of the program? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. The proposal I'm going to present, I've presented on before in our previous meeting, and I'll be the first to confess I haven't done as much work as was supposed to be done in modifying and updating this policy proposal. I also would like to point out that since my arrival here and after some deliberation with some members of the community and staff, I again feel there's a few more modifications, probably some fundamental to the core of this proposal that will have to be incorporated. Probably we'll be seeing them after this meeting. But suffice it, I've been asked by the chairs to nonetheless proceed with discussing the policy and the proposal as it is, as we see it right now, if for no other purpose than just to elicit feedback and deliberation. And for those of you who are not familiar with this proposal, what it seeks to do, or the problem at the heart of the policy, is the fact that AFRINIC staff, usually when they will get a request for allocation or assignment, and the requester happens to say, I would like to, or whether it's implicitly or explicitly state that they need to use some of this address space in out of region, it becomes a little bit complicated for the staff to know how to treat this particular request. And the reason is simple. We do not have any policies within AFRINIC that would state whether this is accepted or not accepted. As a result, the staff usually will not know, and they'll probably come up with some response, but then it can't be traced to one particular proposal. So this particular proposal wishes to, first of all, try and go ahead to make it agreeable. I think I did something. I may be in another policy. I think I need help. Yes, I'm going forward. It looks like the slides were arranged differently than I thought. Use the scroll. Yes, that's it. Okay. I'll just carry on the slides. I think I need lessons in how to use this. Basically, at the heart of the policy, first and foremost, is to allow that people who request for IP address and other resources from AFRINIC should be granted the resources that they request for, if the request is premised on the fact that they will be using some of those resources outside of the region. Of course, this is an entitlement that is given. This is something that we are affording our members to, and by extension that means we will need to put certain parameters around this permission that we've granted. And one of those, first and foremost, is to allow that to maintain a certain decent ratio between a space that is used out of the region vis-a-vis that amount of space that is used inside the region, such that address space that we are supposed to be administering mostly caters to the needs of the members within the region. So to make this possible, I proposed to allow a maximum of 40% of use of space outside of the region. That means we should have more space being used in the region more than we do have space being used outside of the region. Then, of course, do we have the... Okay, there's a few other clauses that just go ahead to define how the policy will be implemented. That first and foremost is that we currently have certain acceptable use policies within AFRINIC. That means if you ask for IPv4, there's a number of within the RSA and in other documents there is that agreement between you and AFRINIC that you have requested address space for purpose X and you will use it only for that purpose. And this policy just goes ahead to, without restating the obvious, just strengthen that point that, okay, what we want to do, we just would like to add this to the number of policies or the number of the agreements that you have already signed with AFRINIC to make sure you use address space for exactly the purposes for which you got them. And if at any point in time you decide to use it for any purpose other than what it was originally intended for, that you agree that that would be a breach, and of course there will be steps that could be taken either under the RSA or any other agreement. Of course, the last part is just pointing out how this, for what amount of time the policy will be in place, and probably that's really all there is in the policy proposal. I'm going to hand it back to the chairs. I don't know if we take questions or... Okay, the chair is saying we will take questions now.
Okay, thank you very much, Douglas. Before we start receiving comments, let me use this opportunity to welcome my colleague, the new co-chair, and it's looking forward. I'm looking forward to a good working relationship with him. I would also like to thank Adam, who actually served before Barry. And we thank him, and we also wish him well in his new role, and we hope that he will still keep in touch with the community. Thank you. So, Andrew, I think you were the first that came to the mic.
Yeah, Andrew from Liquid Telecom. I vigorously opposed this policy the first time. I vigorously opposed this policy a second time. Okay, let me run some things by you. First of all, the 40% number was questioned last time as to where it came from. And there was no clear answer. It was kind of an arbitrary number. If we're going to put a number on things like this, let's get a proper number. Secondly, I believe that as an African organization, and I speak now on behalf of Liquid Telecommunication, if I apply for space and I am expanding my network, the result of that is more revenue coming into this continent, which serves this continent. I should be free to expand my network to any point in the world that I wish using that space. The alternative that you are proposing, if I get to a position where I need to get more space because I'm in violation of this policy, is that for every 6/16 that I would have to get, I would have to go to the secondary market. The secondary market would cost me $800,000 per /16 at current. That is putting an undue burden on African companies that are growing outwards. Yes, at this point, I am announcing a /14 on the African continent, well, approximately a /14. It is all used here. So at the moment, not affecting me. But what if when it does? What happens when I want to grow my company to that point? Are you really telling me that you are going to put that kind of financial burden on an African company and hurt the economies as a result? I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. I get IPs from AFRINIC because I am an African domiciled organization, and as an African domiciled organization, I should be entitled to those IPs and able to use them wherever I please. Hands off my network, in the words of Randy Bush.
Andrew, thank you very much for the comment. I think we need to observe some ethics in our discussion. I appreciate your view, but I think you could just express them. You don't need to be so emotional about it. But I understand how passionate you are about this and how why you said the way you said it. But you could have also said it normally and would have still gotten the point. So thank you very much. I encourage us all to please let's respond and make comment based on the fact that we are actually thinking about the entire community and we are actually interested in the community and making comments based on that. You want to respond to? Do you have something to say to?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Please go ahead.
Andrew, I think you've raised two questions. The first is how we arrived at the 40% number. I said earlier, yes, I agree with you. There are issues. We could go with any number, but my premise was simple. You're an African domiciled operation. You promise, okay, you primarily came to AFRINIC as opposed to any other RIR because you predominantly would like to run operations in Africa. Or the core of your networks and stuff is in Africa as opposed to any other region. To that extent, therefore, it's implied that at least there should be a certain percentage. If for any other thing, maybe the bulk of your operation or your networks will be in Africa. And that is why we say, from that we can say there should be more of your resources being within the region than there is outside of the region. That is how the 40%, 60%, 60-40 comes about.
S'il vous plaît, Andrew, il y a des gens...
Excuse me, Andrew. I would like to
follow up or a new comment.
It is a follow-up.
So please, can you go ahead? You can go ahead, please.
Douglas, you are right that the bulk of the operations are in Africa. But what happens in the event of me getting one very large customer that is growing their business beyond the regions of this continent? They are getting circuits from me to come back into this continent, and to number their resources, they require IP space from me, because every LIR here provides IP addresses to their customers. I get one customer who's very large that could represent multi-million-dollar revenues to me. Do I turn him away because I'm going to be violating some arbitrary number? If you're going to give me a number, give me a number that's based on fact, not some arbitrary number that may end up costing me millions and millions of revenue, which in turn will produce tax revenue which will grow this continent.
Thanks, Andrew. You say I have an arbitrary number, but I probably should ask the same thing because you're premising your argument also on an arbitrary assumption that this customer is going to ask you for address space over and above the 40% that AFRINIC can afford, or I'm proposing should afford you.
Yeah, so just a minute. One more thing I'd like to add to the process. So if you have a follow-up comment or if you need to stay at the back of the line, and then it can get to you next. Okay. So let me take the question from the back.
I'm sorry, just I was finishing.
Oh, okay.
One question. So Andrew, my question to you is there a number other than 40 you're more comfortable with? But please,
while you're thinking about that, before it gets to you, the next person can.
Thank you, Mr. President. S'il vous plaît.
Please, I understand well the concern of Mr. Andrew. However, we all know that the network was global before it has been regionalized. So, if a company, whatever it is, changes region for any reason, or wants to extend its services in another region, so nothing can impede this company to buy a new IP address in this region. the IP address block reserved for the region for Africa is managed by AFRINIC. So if you buy these blocks, so you are obliged or you are supposed to use them in an African region. We do not encourage AFRINIC to authorize, of course, blocks to be used in other regions. So the African region is developing. We want, of course, to use these IP resources. They are really critical, and we would like to allow people who have means to manage a great country, because they do have the capacity now. What are we going to tell the others who want these blocks? Are we going to give them that we gave them to rich companies or to rich people? Thank you.
Okay, you're no longer okay. So, Mark, please.
Mark Elkins, personal capacity, running an ISP. I like the proposal, much neater than last time. I like the 40%. I like the whole concept. And if the gentleman standing behind me, I do have this legacy /16, and I can do it at $10 an IP.
Okay, so now I've got to pay 600,000 per /16 instead of 800,000. Great change. Look, for me, the number would be 0. I mean, the number would be I can use whatever I want, where I want. I'll give you an example. We've got a customer that we're working with, and I cannot name the customer. That customer has 200 and something offices around the world. Has fairly significant African operations as well. If I give that customer enough IP space to remove the NAT, and NAT by AFRINIC's own current statements is not something they support, it will create a problem within this region. So I can go and tell this customer, go and get the space elsewhere, in which case he carries a financial burden, or he goes to somebody who's prepared to break the rules and violate the policy, which will never be picked up by AFRINIC. The chances of it being picked up are almost nil. And then I lose the business. So all that happens with this policy is that it encourages people to be fraudulent. Let's not kid ourselves, guys. Currently, we have, in the last year, if my figures are correct, allocated approximately a /10 out of 2.71 /8s that are still remaining. At that rate, before we hit soft landing policy, it will be 7.98 years. Where is the problem here? All we are doing at the moment by hindering people getting space is encouraging fraud, is encouraging people to come and take the space and violate the policies. Let us rather be open and say to people, if you want the space, pay for it. Fund the organization. It's no secret that the financials are out there. They're on the mailing lists. They just went out. Of a $4 million revenue, as per the financials, AFRINIC managed to generate an entire $19,000 in surplus. That's in the financials. Instead, we say, keep the space to ourselves. Let's hold on to the space while we sit there and question our own ability to operate as a going concern in the name of arbitrary numbers. I have an issue with this.
Owen, please.
Owen DeLong, Akamai and Aaron Advisory Council, but speaking strictly as an interested member of the community and on my own behalf. The issue with Mr. Alston's point of view is that there are a lot of non-African companies out there that are looking at the wealth of space remaining in the AFRINIC free pool and looking for ways to create whatever artificial entity they need to create within the region, and looking at doing whatever they need to do to become eligible to get whatever they can of that space and export it off the continent. AFRINIC is well behind in its development of the internet compared to much of the world. And as such, I think preserving those addresses for development on continent is a worthy goal that should be considered very carefully.
Thank you, Owen. Do you have any comment to what has been said so far?
No, I think
Christian was before. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. When I read the summary of the proposal, it says currently AFRINIC policies does not explicitly allow or disallow out of region use of internet resource numbers. As Bob Marley said, I quote, "If you know your history, you will know where you are coming from." Based on the justification, which is not true, you see that the summary is not true, meaning that even the rest is not true. But let me give you one example why I'm saying that is not true. Because when AFRINIC was created, the pioneer knew that the network is global, but the decision has been made in such a way that the IP resources will be allocated regionally. Secondly, it was clear enough that AFRINIC is to save African region. If I analyze further your policy, my conclusion is, maybe my conclusion could be wrong, but you will tell me if I'm wrong. But my conclusion is, it seems to me that we are trying to mortgaging the development of Africa, and at the same time, we are depriving the Africa in their own resources. And for me, it's the same things happen in our mining. We are trying to do to apply the same politics in our IP resources. I think if you want me to support these policies, based on the arguments you are providing, I think is even not 1% of what you should use to convince us. Just to summarize my view, I think maybe 500% I'm against this policy. Thank you.
Christian, I think there may be we talking past each other in as far as this policy is concerned. I in no way, shape or form are trying to advance the notion of mortgaging AFRINIC or Africa's resources to any other region. Actually, everything I'm doing in the policy is to make sure we give this address space to legitimate members of the community to use as they please, but being conscious that some of them actually have operations that span outside of the region. So unless I misunderstand what you're saying, or unless you were responding to Andrew's comment, if this is targeted at the proposal, I would say I am in agreement with you totally. I would like to, as much as possible, make sure the resources are used within the region or used by legitimate organizations with networks, regardless of their location.
Okay, I think maybe it's my fault. Maybe I should be more precise. And let me just put it in a different way. My intervention was mainly for Andrew and for you at the same time. Maybe the way I drew the line, it was not clear enough. The last part of those who want to provide the African using the resources is mainly following what Andrew said. This is my feeling. Maybe it could be wrong, but I think if we provide more evidence, it will convince me in the future. But right now, if you ask me that question, I will say that it's the same way people do in our mining. And coming to your policies, my take of it is, maybe it could be wrong, but you need to provide more evidence in order to convince the community of the benefit of your policy for the interest of our community. Thank you. But as it is now, the arguments you have provided so far, for me, is not enough. I can say it's just 1%. Maybe you have more evidence. We don't know. Just bring it up and we will discuss on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Now I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to figure out. I think the middle person came after Christian. So please go ahead, please. The middle, yeah, you, yeah.
Good morning. I'm Abdullah Hakim from Tunisia. I work with the AIS'15 in Tunisia, and I totally agree with the element which say that we need to reserve our IP addresses for Africa, because the others have enough addresses and they just drain them all. So we need to have a policy to keep, of course, these IP addresses for Africa. So if African countries do not have resources to migrate to IPv6 rapidly, it's time consuming. There are attempts to emigrate to IPv6, but it takes time, and we do not have time to emigrate to the IPv6. But these operators have the means to invest on the IPv6, and if we open the opportunity to immigrate these IP addresses towards other, of course, they will be used all very quickly. So I totally agree with this policy of reserving these IP addresses for the African continent and for Africa.
Thank you very much. Professor Nee?
Hello. Mr. Chairman, co-chairs. I think we have not really changed the discussion much, and that is the concern I was trying to express earlier. We are still using our IPv4s. You know, reservation may be an issue later. We are using them, and we need to have them as well as the V6 for our work. So that is what we are doing. I tend to support Owen's notion, okay, that if we begin to go in a certain direction, we might inherit some abuses or misuse of the numbers unintended. Okay. I believe that what we have to do is to justify based on need every allocation. That is the normal practice. So if you believe that you are extending your network beyond here, you have to justify it. You have to justify. We have every tool within our RSA and our policies to confirm that you are using it for that purpose or not. If you are requesting for a resource that you need something else there, you can get to the region and get it. Nothing stops you from having numbers in those regions. So trying to take the numbers out of here by policy, to me, seems to be a difficulty. On the other hand, if it is your intention to truly balkanize the numbers, okay, then why don't you write a policy to become a global registry for IPv4? Then we can discuss it in that light and ask whether it is beneficial to us or not. But to be halfway saying that X%, and I don't know what percent means in the slash language anyway, it becomes a bit difficult for me. I prefer that we not go forward with this policy and rather figure out the right way to encourage people to get numbers in the other regions and promote the use of our V4, V6 strategy to help our operators expand.
Thank you. Douglas, do you have any response to that? No.
No.
Okay, the front, please.
Yes. Hello. My name is Benjamin Ishen, and I'm from Ghana. I would like to say that I support both what Chris said, and then my fellow country, Dr. Nee said, and the gentleman who spoke French. I don't know where he's from, but it seems that they're all trying to address the same problem. And I've been trying to get this argument in my mind over the past few days. I still don't get it, because AFRINIC was really set up for the African region. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that is what it was set for. And it's true that yes, there are organizations that are within Africa that might have a global origin that want to expand their needs beyond Africa. But why can't they acquire address space in that region, especially V6, since we want to even promote the adoption of V6. So this is a very good argument for the adoption of V6 in those regions, so that yes, you can acquire V6 in other regions, integrate it into your network, and expand the community. Because we are also, there are institutions here which one of the foundations that we need to protect and ensure that organizations that are not yet up to that standards can later on acquire the resources and use them. But if, like the comment said, we're always giving away our minerals, we're always giving away our resources, then we are not helping ourselves in any way. There's technology available to make the whole system work. Yet we are saying that no, we have to restrict the V4, whether, and actually it wasn't even clear whether you're talking about V4 space, V6 space, or what. Are you talking about primarily if it's V6 space? Why can't they use from the other region? If it's V4, why can't it? I mean, why must we use the V4? I mean, so this argument doesn't actually sound very good in my mind, but maybe somebody can enlighten me because I just don't get it. Sorry, thank you.
Andrew, please.
Okay, let me first start by responding to the calls to use V6. Week before last, I was in San Francisco with a major vendor, and I went to them and I said, I'm in a position right now to eliminate V4 on 2,500 devices. However, I got a problem. Where's my LDP6? Where is my RSVP6? You know what they said to me? Sorry, even though you bought the hardware less than a year ago, we're not putting the features on there. Change all your hardware. The cost to do that? Multi-million dollars. So yes, there are people who are telling me, use V6, use V6. Let me tell you, I've spent the better part of 8 weeks sitting at my desk, logged into labs, trying everything I can to get rid of the V4, to switch to a V6 only topology on large segments of the network. Sadly, thanks to the IETF dragging its heels, it's not an option at this point because there are many, many parts of V4 that are simply not available in V6 that are critical to operators like the one for whom I work. Secondly, as a point of order, I need to understand as part of the process, when was the last update of this policy submitted? And as per the policy development process, were the timelines for updates adhered to? Because I believe that there are specific delays where you have to submit. It has to go to the mailing list. If it is not submitted in time, it is dealt with purely on the list and there can be no call for consensus. So can I please, I may be wrong here, but can I please get some comment on whether or not what we are discussing here is actually even in line with the PDP process?
Andrew, to answer your question, Andrew, yes, the updates to the proposal were submitted by the authors well before 1 week, and that's quite in line with the PDP for the updates to appear in what is being discussed today. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the response. I think we've said this. I have also said this over and over again in this course of this session, and I think it was good that NS repeated it as well. Lou, please.
Luhan from Cloud Innovation. I'm here just to give you update about numbers of some international company of their overseas revenues. Apple received 64% of its revenue from overseas. Facebook received 55%. Google received 58%. Huawei received 66%. Just to remind everybody here, these are large corporations which their home country is one of the largest, America and China, basically the two largest economies on the planet. They still receive more than half of their revenue from overseas market. So I believe for a true African company to go global, to become one of the major players in the global market, the local market, its own regional market should not be played as a major part of its revenue. So it's logical for these companies having more business its home region than from its own region. And that's where you have a real true international company from Africa. So just on common of you should use more IP address inside region than outside region. I think it's really not good for develop true international African companies. Thank you very much.
Lou, I think you've decided to equate this to revenue, which I think is flawed in a sense. I think the question should be, Huawei got so much revenue from outside or from international markets, but how much of its address space was coming from its domiciled market? It should be a question you should also be asking. You will realize, yes?
I'm just basically point out that if there is a true multinational African company in the continent, their overseas expansion will probably exceeding their home market revenue and home market business, of course. And if IP address, network is their major business, then the overseas use will be exceeding their home use as well. It's just logical play, I think. But the company I'm naming, their internet company, they're not necessarily network company, but the company I'm naming, they do from two largest economy on the planet. If you start naming company like Shell or BP, which is from relatively small company like the Netherlands, their overseas revenue would exceed 99%. So basically, for African company to go true international, Africa should open its door first, really. Thank you.
Okay, and I again want to reaffirm, if you've read the policy statement for this proposal, first things first, we would like to make it possible for you to get address space. So if you want to expand outside, you can do that.
Okay.
Limit to 40%?
Okay, thank you. I see the line is quite long now, and so I will ask that you please be as brief and specific and precise as much as possible, so that we can actually not miss our tea break or lunch this time around. So not just something we can miss. So I'll go to, I think it's Mark.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
Mike Silver, Liquid Telecom. Let me moderate some of the comments made by my colleague. I think the first issue from my perspective is that we do have a problem. I'm aware of entities that have been trying to manipulate the local requirements to obtain access to IPv4 space. I think the second thing is that staff need guidance. At the moment, staff action is somewhat arbitrary in terms of deciding regarding allocations, and they don't have clear guidelines regarding those allocations. So I think that a policy is certainly admirable to address those two concerns. My issue, though, is that at the moment, I think the policy is still somewhat missing, and this is where I agree completely with me, that while those may be laudable objectives, I think we need to give more thought to how we achieve that, rather than putting in, and here I'm inclined to agree with Andrew. I think that a number is necessary, or may be necessary, but the 40% seems arbitrary. There hasn't been a clear logic behind it. Maybe, as Nii was suggesting, it should be 100% in region unless you've gotten a dispensation, or maybe we should split it differently. But at the moment, I think the problem is there. We need to solve for it. But I'm not really sure this policy actually achieves what it's intended to do.
Mike, do you have any concrete suggestions at this point in time on what could be done to enhance the proposal?
I think we need to spend a bit more time with it. But the one thing that I've been thinking about is actually separating in-region and out-of-region allocations that you could apply as a member for an out-of-region allocation. So instead of creating this arbitrary 40%, you could apply, and then there would be certain rules around that. So it may be that your out-of-region allocation can't be larger than your in-region allocation unless justified or motivated. Essentially, those people who are looking to arbitrage our existing IPv6 resources are not going to build businesses on the continent. They may have a single sales office. There may be an international concern that has a few touch points onto the continent, but they're not going to build a real operation. And I think we need to give staff the guidance as to how to deal with in-region and out of region. So that's one that comes to mind at the moment, but I think that we need to engage further on the question.
Thank you. Thanks for providing the specifics. Bubakar.
Merci.
Thank you. I'm Bubakar Barry. I'm going to be brief and concise. I would like to say that I think the period chosen for such a policy is not did not come at a good time. We are using resources which are rare today, and the resources that we have shall be used in our continent. Our aim is to develop the network in our continent. When there are other justified needs, of course, AFRINIC can take the decision that it should take. In any case, I cannot accept this policy, and we need to think about continuing, of course, or doing anything else. To go straight, I'm Ali Haji from the Comor Island. To go straight to the point, it's not really good, in my view, to expatriate our resources. And we know how much Africa suffered, and how African resources have been expatriated, and we know how Africa can develop and become within the management of the internet frameworks. For of course, expatriating these resources for financial reason, it's not really good. So before we say that the others who came to take our resources, and if today we African we start to debate of expatriating our resources, I think this will not allow our children to say good things about us. Consequently, I'm against this. We need to have some deadline, 10 to 15 years, and by then we can, of course, go and debate of this. We need to see how Africa is developing, and of course we can take a decision by that time.
I think there is a misunderstanding. This proposal does not seek to expatriate address space or any other resource to anywhere else for that matter. The address space or any other resources that we like to allow members use outside of the region is not, in my view, an expatriation. That's when you hand it over to a company that comes from a different region, which is not what we are doing. We are allowing our members who are African domiciled to actually use this, because we understand that some of them may have network requirements, they may have infrastructure, they may have customers that they need to service, and some of those customers, some of those components of their networks may not be within the service region, and as such we need for them to have space that they can use. So no, we are not repatriating address space anywhere. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Considering that some of the comments are actually similar, and it seems Douglas may also have been doing some repetitions, I'd like to also, right now I will be, I'm coming to the front now, so it will be front, middle, back. So if you want to reshuffle yourself on the queue, you may do that, but it will be 1, 1, 1, then before Douglas responds. So after 3 comments, we'll get a response from Douglas on the 3 comments. So please go ahead.
My name is Abdul Jalil from Chad. My intervention will be in French.
Thank you very much. And I thank you, Douglas, for this proposal. What I think is that it is not the ideal moment to discuss of this. In Africa, we are in a transition period from IPv4 to IPv6. When we look at yesterday's report, we see that Egypt and South Africa consume more than 15% of the IPv6. As for the other countries, they are still, of course, in transition. So, as you can see today, Africa has not consumed all the addresses of IPv4 and IPv6. So, of course, if others outside Africa who just want to come here, they just use their resources. We do not of course, make our future generation taken hostages. Many African will be using the resources, so they need to also to have IPv6 addresses. So as we are in this transition phase, of course we need of course to see later on whether there is an opportunity to grant IPv6 addresses to others. So if there is but for the time being, we need to wait for any request before taking any decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard that some are aware of manipulation. I like the facts to be brought to the public so we know. I heard a statement that is arbitrary. I disagree. I think our RSA is very clear. Very, very clear. You got to justify. And if it's justified, staff will evaluate and it will be allocated. If people want assistance to do evaluation, it's a different statement. But to say that it is not clear, it's arbitrary, I think is not fair to AFRINIC. It is very clear, in my opinion. Having said that, perhaps you did not like my idea. I'm trying to give you new things. If your decision is to become 40% global, okay, 40% global registry, I said consider 100% global registry. I did not get any response. Now I'm suggesting that maybe you rather want to work with the inter-RRR transfer and transfer 40% to the other regions. Then we can go there and get it. What I'm saying is that the rules are very clear. Let's just follow it. Let's not try to bend it halfway, X%, Y%, that sort of thing. You justify, you get it. And if your justification doesn't match, your next one will study it, investigate it, and we will even take back the old numbers from you. It's as simple as that. Everything is there. It's in the RSA. It's in your bylaws. You have all the powers. There are other BCPs you can use. So this discussion, I actually think is not the right focus. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. From the back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof. I've mentioned some of the things that I wish to say, so I have to be brief. From the context of the discussion, if you can remember our discussion in 2011 in Tanzania, it's still the same discussion. We only change, should I say the name, or we change, but it's still the same context. Why do we have AFRINIC? What is the essence of AFRINIC? We need to follow the rules, the bylaws as Prof have said. Getting out of that, it means, for me, I feel as if there is no need for the AFRINIC. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas, will you now respond to the three questions?
Thank you very much. Starting with the last question, I think this is the Andrew effect still hanging on up to now. And no, these policies are in no way the same. It's in no way the same as what Andrew proposed in back then. But anyway, to come back to the Nee's comment that Nee presented, he seems to be of the opinion that maybe we would like again to expatriate these addresses. I think that is why he has decided to propose why not become what he called a global registry. And I think you, I, and everyone else do not want to do that. We would like to maintain that the address space be used and be allocated within the region. However, our times have changed, nature of business of our members has evolved, and it is imperative that members now have a little bit of provisions where they are able to connect 1 or 2 or 5 devices. Sometimes some of them are not within the region. So this is the reason why it is necessary for us to have a little bit of space that we can, leeway that we can allow them to use some of the address space outside. Of course, this does not preclude use of justification as a means for assessment of requests. That still stands. We're just saying in the way of out of region, we just would like to add this to the number of justifications that you can possibly present for an allocation or an assignment. This is what I have to say.
Thank you. Front?
Owen DeLong, RNAC. I merely wanted to rebut some of Mr. Heng's comments. First, addresses do not equal revenue, and revenue do not equal addresses. So the fact that the majority of Facebook, Google, et cetera's revenue is outside of their headquarters in the U.S. Is really not relevant to their address consumption. Second, if you look at all of the companies he mentioned, they all have resources from multiple RIRs. They have all gotten space in the regions where they are operating from the various RIRs where they're operating. None of them is trying to take AFRINIC resources and put them somewhere else.
Thank you, Owen. Middle?
Hi, this is Mark Alkins again. I have no wish to go after companies, proudly African companies like Liquid, who are doing an amazing job here. So maybe more than one criteria needs to be brought into this rather than just a flat 40%. And maybe it would be, where does that organization and all of its holding companies operate? If they operate wholly within Africa, then I would be a lot more lenient to them, because obviously their profits, etc., are going to be within Africa, which is great. So therefore I wouldn't oppose them using a higher percentage out of the continent, out of the service region. Whereas if it's, let's say it was Google, pick on nasty big Google, where literally everything they do is out of the continent. So if they came and asked for a space, then I would say that the majority of their space has to be used within the continent. So maybe more than one measurement criteria might be a good idea.
Mark, I agree with the need for checks and balances, but I think this particular one that you are proposing for differential treatment of members and requests, I think this particular criteria could be problematic, because I see avenues for manipulation and abuse, to the extent that we already have members who have presented information that has not panned out to be right on applications, not just here, but in other RIRs. So I see that this could again be subject to the same issues.
Hey, I was trying.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, the back, however, please, Douglas, do take note of responding after we get 3 comments. Yeah.
Okay, Christian Bope, speaking on my own capacity. I have a straightforward question for Douglas. Douglas, maybe you may be informed better than me. Do you think other area also have similar policy? Other area, they have the similar policy, what we are discussing now?
Yes, some of them, for instance, aren't.
Okay, maybe it will be better if you can share the link for that. And another one is just a general comment, because I've heard that someone is saying if a company operates in Africa, they have a right to do everything they want, but we should not forget that they can operate in Africa, but the benefit is not used for the African people. It's also possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Douglas, there was a comment in front. The other time, do you have any response on that? Fine. Okay, so we'll start from the front. Okay.
Douglas, if you don't mind, could you go back to the first presentation on your slide, please? I have a question, and actually it's a comment for the AFRINIC staff.
This?
No, the one that did the summary about why this proposal was there in the first place. No, you were saying something that it wasn't explicitly stated that in the AFRINIC the weather out of region was allowed. Yeah, there was a statement that so go back. Yes, the current AFRINIC policy does not explicitly allow the out of region use of urban resources. I was trying to verify this, and I went to the AFRINIC site to try and download the constitution and the form documents of AFRINIC. Unfortunately, the constitution was missing from the link, so I'll be grateful if the AFRINIC staff could load it so that I can verify some information from there. So the link for the AFRINIC constitution is not there. It's there, but there's no file attached, so I can't pick it. So
do you mean the bylaw?
No, the constitution itself.
Constitution.
Yes.
Yes. The bylaw.
Yes. Yes.
The bylaw is on the website.
Yes. No, some of the documents are missing from that page. Please, I just checked.
Okay. Staff, yes. Please take notes.
Yes. Okay. The other question is how will this how will this new policy, if you can indulge me and answer, solve the problem where tomorrow a new company just flies into Accra and then a month or so it registers and now it's now incorporated in Ghana and then now requests for IP resources, it justifies it, it shows financial statements and then says, okay, now I want to operate in Dubai, so please I need what do you call it? I need to allow you, please allow me to have 40% of my IP address in Dubai. How will this check this kind of thing going on in Accra? Could you please answer the question, please?
Okay. Thank you. We answer the question. The middle, please.
My question do you have the means to control this before discussing this 40% or 60%? Do you have the means to monitor whether the rules are accepted or not, whether 60% have been used in Africa and 40% elsewhere? I don't think you have an oversight if we have laws, some people use these addresses via other techniques. If we open the door to 40%, how can we be sure that the 60% are used in Africa? Thank you.
Bonjour, Sophia Najar.
I'm Sophia Najar. As a professional of the internet and telecom, so we are not favorable for this kind of policy. However, if we look back to fix a threshold 40% or 30%, isn't it better to make some projection over the years to come, and then we can give ourselves a deadline so that we can implement the PV6 as a pillar, for economic development? I think this is inevitable. If, for example, we fix a 15-year deadline, and then we'll see what we have in terms of stock, and thus we can decide this threshold. Another proposal would be is to affect some resources over a limited period, which could be renewable.
My name is Paul Kanabahita. I represent, I'm talking on my behalf, but I work for Liquid Telecom. Basically interested in the whole debate because I think it's taken a lot of time. But my main concern is that for the 60% that's staying in Africa and the 40% that's allowed to be used out of Africa. The main concern is that 60% or whichever number that you've come up with, how can you guarantee that these companies won't be acquired by someone else after they've acquired the address space? To me, it looks more like a way of basically having gold reserves, because these IP addresses are being taken to be gold, and then hoping that you'll be able to have this for free and sell it somewhere. So there must be a sanity check to be able to have ways of basically making sure that whoever is getting the IP addresses is going to use them, when they're going to use them, why they're going to use them for, and then justify that, give them a time period. If they don't do that, then take the IP addresses away from them, or better still, get rid of the policy and have something that's going to be what everyone seems to be agreeing with, justify why you need to use them, and get the IP addresses.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with your comment. There are already provisions for this kind sort of thing, where if address space is not used for the purpose for which it was originally intended, the member is said to be in breach, and there are processes in place that deal with that sort of issue. Now, going back to the very first comment, gentleman wanted to actually look at the bylaws so he could verify if a statement that is on my summary. Yes, you get the bylaws, but probably the bylaws is not what you want to look at. You want to look at the allocation policies for IPv4, IPv6, and the other number resources. That will be a better, give you a better answer to the question you seem to ask. Then there was a question. That the question is, does AFRINIC have the capacity to actually monitor this? I will let staff answer, but I will just point out that before, when I first made the policy proposal, as is customary, we asked staff to do an assessment, and in that assessment, I saw no indication that staff is not incapable of implementing this policy. Probably, Anas, do you want to add? Is staff capable of monitoring the 60/40 usage?
Well, if I remember correctly, our response to you in the assessment was that we can enforce that based on the provisions of what the policies state regarding registration of IP addresses and where those IP addresses have been, which country those IP addresses have been tagged to. For example, if you have one large ISP that has registered IP addresses in the WHOIS database, they have to tag those registrations with the countries where the customers belong, where the networks belong. So what we look at is how many of those, or what percentage of those have been tagged with countries that are not in Africa. And this specifically applies to LIRs. And it therefore makes it quite impossible to enforce that on end users, because they are not required to register their, they're not supposed to have customers in the first place, otherwise they would not be end users. So it is enforceable only to that extent, based on the information that the LIRs choose to register in the WHOIS database about where those IP addresses are actually being used.
So, thank you. If there's anybody that wants to join the queue, please do so now. I'm going to draw the red tape, the imaginary red tape. So the floor is closed, and we'll take all the comments from the media.
Okay. I think, Douglas, the purpose for which you probably intended to, why you came up with the policy document is what we are saying is that it might have the reverse effect. Pretty much what this might give some people will be to give them a green light to go ahead and use these resources out of the region. My second part of my contribution is directed towards AFRINIC. We would like to know in the justification process, what do you consider the region where the IPs are used? And if so, I think you just talked about it. How is it really monitored when they come back to request for address space? Do you really look at the region where the IPs are being used? Thank you.
Mike Silver back at the mic. If I can possibly from the floor respond to that, because I think what's clear over here is that this policy is not giving people a green light to use address space out of the region. At the moment, there's no traffic signal. At the moment, you're free to do so or not do so as you so choose, and this is trying to put at least some restriction on it. And I think that's positive. I'm not sure I agree with the way that it's being done, but it is positive. I think the other thing is we're getting a clear message from staff that the only time that you can really do proper validation is when somebody comes back and you can look at where address space is being used. But staff at the moment don't have the resources to do ongoing proactive monitoring, to do an assessment and to start giving people a yellow card saying you're on 39% out of region, you've got to now pull it back. So I think those two things are taken. I just wanted to respond to Nee's question where he seemed to be questioning whether abuse is actually happening. So a couple of years ago, people may or may not know I'm a lawyer, I get a call from a colleague of mine to help her with a problem. A client of hers out of region has incorporated a company in South Africa for no purpose other than to become an AFRINIC member and to apply for address space. And AFRINIC staff pick that up and they reject the request for allocation. And she phones me and she asks why and what are the recourses and what can be done. So I take her through the policies, I explain the purpose of AFRINIC, and I tell her that staff are entirely justified given the profile of her client in rejecting their request. So I bumped into her a few months later and asked her if her client had resolved it, and her answer was yes. They looked at the tells, the person who didn't look African, the name of the directors didn't look African. The address was a post box essentially at a law firm. All telltale signs that staff would easily pick up to realize that this is just a shell. And what did they do? They changed all of that, incorporated a new company, and they got an allocation. I don't know what the name is, so I can't point a finger at it. But I do know that they found what they had missed the first time round, and they got it right. And what are they doing? It's simply a shell company used to hold IP addresses, no other purpose whatsoever, because they needed a nice IPv4 allocation. And that's the concern. It's the concern my colleague raised about somebody setting up shop in Ghana tomorrow and then wanting address space being used in Dubai the following week. I think we need to give a bit more thought to what we're trying to achieve here, and then we can actually go ahead and try and achieve it.
So thank you. Just a second, Douglas. We'll close the imaginary red line on the line. I'm seeing people still queuing up for comments. So I'll allow the two gentlemen that are there to join the queue. Douglas, comments?
Okay, thank you, Mike, for the comment. I agree completely. Some work has to be done in trying to make sure, first, we have a proper proposal, and second, and if not most importantly, that this proposal or policy, when ratified, can actually be implemented by staff. So probably this is a challenge to staff, probably to figure out if they come to that conclusion that it is impossible for them to actually monitor this policy. I see staff from AFRINIC coming to the mic. I will ask them to comment on this.
Yes, indeed. My name is Amrish, AFRINIC staff. So we have started a project recently about analyzing which resources are being used outside AFRINIC region. So we are actually analyzing the routing table, the WHOIS database, and we are also using data from geolocalization. So this is a work in progress, and we are hoping to give you details and results by maybe end of July. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what I hear from you is that once what you think is going to happen is if this project serves its purpose, we shall be able to do better than we are doing right now in as far as being able to tell where and who is using resources. Is that correct?
Indeed, yes. We will be able to give you some more precise information, some facts actually.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Andrew?
Okay, I've got two comments. First of all, just for the record, I actually just asked Owen if there was a similar policy in ARIN, as Douglas said, and the answer is no, there is not. There is a proposal, but there is currently no such policy in ARIN. Secondly, one of the things that was debated at great length in Mauritius around this policy, which is still not addressed, is what is the definition of out-of-region space? We've got a policy here that's making a number about out-of-region space, but there is no definition, and I'll tell you why I say that. Let's say, for example, I have a VSAT hub sitting in the UK. The clients at the end of the VSATs are all in Africa. The space is originated out of the UK, but the clients using it are on the ground. Am I in region? Or if I've got a VSAT hub sitting in Johannesburg, my clients are in London. The space is originated in Joburg. The clients are in London. Is that out of region? No one can tell me. As for the comments that we are analyzing WHOIS and geolocation data to determine in and out of business, in and out of region of space, I sat in February this year in San Antonio with the guys from Renesas, who specialize in geolocation data. And they admitted to me that they hadn't got it right and they specialize in it. And I am helping them, giving them data, because the geolocation is built from the WHOIS as it is. And if you look at the current WHOIS database within AFRINIC, I've got space that I am allocating down to various countries. But because the main operations company sits in Mauritius, if you look at the geolocation data, even though I have specifically allocated to Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, etc., the geolocation still points out that it is in Mauritius. So the geolocation data on the internet today is not accurate. And therefore I say, first of all, before we implement this, give me an out-of-region definition that is concrete, which has been asked for since Mauritius. And secondly, don't rely on geolocation database, because I am quite prepared to anybody who wants can come and sit to me and I will show you how badly wrong it actually is.
Thank you. Mark Elkins. Yes.
Mark Elkins. From my heart, AFRINIC is meant to give IP resources basically to the African continent. Obviously, there will be some a little bit outside for connections back into Africa. If a person applies, as you heard from Mike earlier on, it's possible for an organization to fake literally all of their organizational details. Our staff at AFRINIC do a great job, but they are limited right now to only checking those company details. If that company then moves the IPs and uses those IPs out of the continent, technically today there is no recourse. Now our staff do an amazing job already, but at the end of the day, even if they know the addresses are being used outside of the continent, they can do nothing. This policy is by no means perfect, but it's the first reasonable opportunity of at least moving in the right direction, so that if they can see blatant abuse of IP address space, which from the way the company is set up is for within the region really, that's what I believe, at least they can do something. Right now, if you do nothing and you do not support such a policy as this, nothing happens. The situation does not change, and we continue to bleed IP addresses out of Africa where they are of no use to this continent at all. So I would still plead with the audience. I know it's not a perfect policy, but it's a lot better than no policy at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. Madhvi, do you intend to say something? Please go ahead.
I'm not sure. Is
No, just a minute, must be. Were you on the queue before? From the back. You just joined the queue?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, we closed the queue. No, not Madhvi. I'm talking to the back. Yeah, we closed the queue. Sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, Madhvi Registration Services.
Yeah.
We have the policy, we have ICP2 document, and we also have the registration services agreement that members sign with us when they become a member, and then they get the resources. Okay. I just have a comment because we heard that there could be instances where an entity in our region closes shops and goes and sets up in another region that is not in another country that is out of our region. They are bound as soon as they become member, apart from the policies which they complied with to get the initial resources. Then the RSA comes in because now they're bound by that RSA as well. And there's a conditions of service section 4A, which says that where a member receiving service under an existing agreement applies for a change or evaluation of the type of such service, evaluation of such a change request will be effected, okay, in terms of the provisions of clause 2. Now, what does clause 2 say? That for membership application, applicants shall, where the original information submitted has been the subject of any change, same has to be notified promptly, accurately and fully to AFRINIC by an authoritative and valid contact. We have had requests, even like from some operators who requested IP addresses for a specific purpose, but then did not deploy it. They did come back to us and told us about it, that what we asked for will not be deployed because there has been a change at the strategy and that they're planning to use it somewhere else. And then we said, fine, let us evaluate the new needs. Okay, I'm just talking from practical experience, what we have observed and how we dealt with it, and also the documents that we have to take into consideration apart from the policies.
Just Madhvi, before you go, those who don't actually contact you, how do you handle such?
Well, for those who don't contact us, we usually do with the amount of resources that we have and the work that we're doing at the moment. We are looking at resource requests, initial resource requests, and additional resource requests. So even if they don't contact us, but if they're coming back for more resources, then we will audit the previous allocations and see what's happening. Okay. So if we find that out, then yeah, we may have to take action because we look at the previous, you stated the needs. Did you use it for those needs?
So the trigger happens on new requests.
At the moment, yes. We're not checking
the current.
Yeah, because there is enough work that's happening. So we do the checks when they ask for more resources, because that's part of the process. You validate what has been already given.
All right, thank you. Douglas, you have something to say?
Yes, just a response to Andrew on the two issues. The first is out of region definition. Yes, I agree this has not yet been incorporated because the text that I've proposed so far, I've come to find out it has one or two holes, and we're trying to patch that up. In the next version of the text, there will be a definition. However, you and I understand that the problem at the heart of this proposal is a valid one, and to that extent, I welcome you to contribute some text to the definition. I think the one was not to rely on geolocation data. I think that was addressed to the staff, so I will leave it with the staff to respond.
Thank you. I will take the last two questions or comments.
Yes, just a comment. I am Abdulmanem from Egypt.
My comment is, why would they not have an application that collect all the issues that related to AFRINIC and should be monitored by AFRINIC before this meeting? My idea behind that, during this meeting, we will discuss all the issues that submitted by the applicant. And after that, we will have a proposal to solve a lot of issues inside this meeting. Thank you.
In response to that, there's actually going to be, within this agenda, there's going to be one item that has to do with staff experience in policy implementation, which will be presented by Madhvi later in the day. So those issues will be raised, and if you think there's a need for a policy to fix it, then you can then come up and write a policy for it.
Okay, thank you, Sean. My comments really is simple. Although from the second paragraph on your thing, although the policies does not explicitly allow or disallow out of region use of internet resources, that we're trying to address. However, looking from two documents, the letter from ICANN dated 11th November 2004 and the bylaws of the AFRINIC Constitution, it's addressed to Adele, and then just to summarize, it explicitly states that in August 2004, shortly after the ICANN meeting in Kampala, blah, 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 AFRINIC Company Limited by Guarantee is incorporated in Mauritius under the Companies Act, presented to ICANN application for recognition as an IRR for African region. Together with the transition development in the cooperation with Iran, RIPE, and this, it's basically, I'm talking too fast, but what is basically saying that it implies that AFRINIC was to serve the Africa region and the other IRRs were to serve the other regions. That's what it implies in the document. So my simple answer to those who are saying that if you want to do business outside the African region with it, that is the nature of the beast. You just have to deal with the financial model. But then, as the documents are implied, it's saying that AFRINIC is for resources for the African region. And if you go to, I can't read it all here, but 3.4 section 1 of the bylaws states exactly that it's for the growth and development of African internet in the African region. So, and there are other IRRs to deal with the growth of internet in their region. So if you want to move your business elsewhere, that's your problem. You have to deal with the nature of the beast. That is it. I think we shouldn't try and what do you call it, make our own policy just to go and define why there are boundaries and they're set. And to comment what Nate said, yes, if you want to play that game of inter-IRR cooperation, then yes, you must take it to that level, because as has previously been defined, it's very regional specific for developing resources for that region, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas, any final comment based on all the discussions and issues that have been raised? Would you like to give a final view?
Yes, I appreciate all the feedback I've gotten. If the chairs do not send this, I would definitely be happy to take this back for discussion, although it's within the discretion of the chairs to decide what happens. But I've gotten some valuable feedback, and I hope that our next draft in the next meeting will definitely be a document that is a lot more acceptable to the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you very much for all that contributed. Just a minute, please. Okay. Once again, we appreciate your patience. We have actually exceeded the normal time. However, I think it was important that we discuss this. It was important that we actually gave enough time for people to express their view. Having said that, I think I'm glad also that the author of this proposal has actually recognized that there are a lot of quite a number of issues to address, and myself and my colleague I've also recognized that there are issues that needs to be addressed on the proposal. So based on that, we have determined that there is no consensus for this proposal to move to the next level, and thereby we are returning it to the list for further discussion. It is our hope that the author would actually follow up with the community on the mailing list with perhaps updated version of the proposal, or otherwise, depending on what he decides. Thank you very much for the patience, and we will come back at 2 o'clock, please. We'll come back at 2 o'clock to resume for the third section. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Just one or two announcements. One, tomorrow, all the members, tomorrow is our AGMM, and I'd like to urge all members, as communicated to you, to register to participate, most importantly to vote during the board election and on the resolutions that will be tabled during the AGMM. We have a room dedicated for that. It's called the Carthage room, right outside. It's open all day. Please go in and register yourself to vote. If you do not register, then tomorrow you will not be allowed to vote. So please go ahead and do that. Thank you. And oh yes, secondly, for those that have the what are these things called, the headsets, can you please hand them over to the folks in the cabin on your way out? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I expected we had lunch, unless Chair Sunday decided guys were not eating. We ate? Good. My name is Abari Apudo. I'm from Kenya Internet Exchange Point. I'm going to co-chair this with Chan. We had given guys 10 minutes and we're thinking about to start, so we'll start. The policy we're going to turn is on session 3. We're going the proposed resource reservation for Internet Exchange Points. I'm going to introduce the speaker and the co-authors of this. We have Nishal, we have Michuki, and Frank Abich on board. So Michuki is going to take over as the speaker, and he has some slides to show. Michuki, most welcome.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good. So I would like to just quickly go through the policy as has been submitted, discussed. As indicated earlier, we have not submitted any updates to the policy since it was discussed in Mauritius, and we'll get back to that in a minute. What I do know is that in this room there are quite a number of people who are not in Mauritius and have not really had a chance to look at that policy since. So hopefully we can quickly go through it. So first and foremost is the a summary of basically the issue being addressed. I think I'm at the right place. Yes. So this proposal basically is looking at making reservations for the peering lands of internet exchange points, which have been considered as critical infrastructures for various economies to develop. And we're looking at the issue which is happening right now, where there is exhaustion of IPv4 impending for our region, and we have many countries which don't have internet exchange points. And at the same time, we have internet exchange points, which currently only have a /24 IP address space and are looking to grow in terms of members, where they will need in the future to have at least more than a /24 for their peering LAN. And equally, looking to address another technical issue which affects internet exchange points, which is the use of the 2-byte ASN with the route servers. So the first part, so that's the introduction. The second part of that is where we try to distinguish the difference between the peering LAN and the management LAN. Now, for the peering LAN at the exchange point, this is a public IP address space that is not globally routed, and I have to insist on that. This is a very unique case for IXPs. It is not globally routed. It's only visible to those members connecting to the internet exchange point for various reasons. And for one important thing is that when you globally route this address space, you actually do expose the IXP as a transit point, and therefore exposing the members of the IXP. So the reason why it is not globally routed is because it can be used inadvertently as a transit point to get to ISP networks. The IXP management LAN prefix rather is used for providing transit services to value-added services that may be implemented at the IXP, such as DNS root servers, the web server for the IXP, which has statistics for people to know what's going on at the IXP, the mail server, and so on and so forth. So what we are looking at to do with this particular proposal is requesting, am I going back, up? I'm going, okay. So the other part of this proposal is talking about the BGP route servers. Basically, for ease of deployment of peering at an internet exchange point, we do deploy what we call route servers, and most members will come and pair with the route server to actually exchange route prefixes at the exchange point. So one of the things that we use to deploy routing policy at the exchange point is BGP communities. And in BGP communities, basically the form which has been widely used is where you use the ASN of the network and the ASN of the peer. So you will have one, in this particular case, you have A, which will be the ASN of the IXP, and B, the ASN of the network that is actually participating at the IXP. Now, traditionally, this has always been 2-byte ASNs. But as we all know, there has been the introduction of 4-byte ASNs. But the provision that currently exists as per the RFCs is that the size of the BGP communities has always been a 32-bit value, as opposed to it's actually a 32-bit value. So we've been doing 16-bit for one ASN and 16-bit for the other ASN to fill in that particular value. So now with 4-byte ASNs, it means that the size of that particular field for the communities has been increased. So if you have a member of a member coming to join the IXP and they have a 32-bit ASN, then they pretty much are taking the entire space. So you have no other space left to put in the values of the IXP. So that becomes difficult. So for it to work, there is a proposal, or actually an RFC, that does extend what we call BGP community extensions, which supports a 6-byte, a 6-octet as they call it, a 6-octet value, which allows therefore to be 4-byte, 4-byte and 2-byte values that can actually be put in that particular field. So this also makes it difficult if an exchange point is going to have a 32-byte ASN, because members then cannot actually come in if they also have a 32-byte ASN, because the field value is only 6 octets. So there is really nothing currently in the RFCs that supports 4-byte and 4-byte ASNs in the BGP communities. So I tend to be going up all the time. That is it? Eh? It's a shorter text. Oh. It's as short as that. All right. So could you please just switch to the slides that we have? So in the last meeting that was held in Mauritius, when this proposal was submitted, there were a couple of questions raised. And we would like to address them because we have taken time to review all the questions that were raised by the community. And we would like to share with you what our views are. And we hope that this will help you have a better understanding of where we're coming from. All right. So, first and foremost, if this is just a map of our region, or rather the whole world in terms of IXP's distribution. We're looking to develop, we're looking to grow our region to look something similar to what you see up in the US or in North America and Europe. Many exchange points. That's just a snapshot of exchange points. If you look at Africa, there are very few of them. So in our thinking, when we're proposing this policy, is the white space that you're seeing there. Those countries don't have exchange points. We have no control of when they will have their exchange points, but they will have an exchange point. Why am I saying this? If you think of what exchange points do, exchange points interconnect existing networks. The fact that those countries are white, does it mean there is no internet there? There is internet. There are operators. When the exchange points come into play, they are going to actually interconnect the networks that exist there. So these networks will have IPv4 address space. These networks will have 2-byte ASNs or 4-byte ASNs, depending on when they ask for it. If they're currently not multi-homed or using BGP, they'll probably get 4-byte ASNs at that point in time. So we need to think about those countries. Equally, the countries that have exchange points as per this map are at their infancy, if you will. Very few of them have more than 20 customers. So what happens when they get to 200 customers, 300 customers? And we've seen exchange points with more than 300 customers. So some of us, the co-authors of this proposal, Nishal, Frank, have been spending quite a bit of time to work with IXPs in building exchange points and communities to help them build exchange points. And so this proposal was largely influenced by the experience that we were facing at when working with these communities. So so a couple of the reminders is that this policy is focusing on IXP peering LANs, which are not advertised on the internet, and the BGP communities. We're also looking at what the IETF is talking about with respect to the RFCs on BGP extended communities, what is actually available, what is actually working. And we have seen that based on the recommendations for extending BGP communities, there is really no actual implementation of BGP extended communities that would work with 4-byte ASNs at the moment. So, going into a number of the points raised, one issue that was raised was with respect to the use of the soft landing policy. While it is actually a very good point to refer to, basically what we are looking at is the soft landing policy is looking at routable space. What we are actually looking at is IXPs. Their request is very specific. We're not talking about the, we are actually looking at the non-routable space for IXPs, which means we need to safeguard that for the growth because we have no control as to when those IXPs are going to be established in the future. We would like to be careful to note that while we may have networks already exist in those particular countries, but we have no control as to when those communities will actually come together and set up an internet exchange point. Another feedback that we received was that this actually repeats the end user policy proposal which exists within AFRINIC. And when you look at that particular request, while it does state that there should be reserved IXP address block for IXPs, what you find is that there was an attempt to reserve this address space or to provide specific address space for 196.23 for IXPs, but the end user policy does not specifically state that this address space is for the peering LAN. It just says for IXPs. So an IXPs have two requirements, peering and management. So what we've seen as a result, and I'm not sure whether this is as a result, is that the 196.23 is also visible on the internet, and it's not to IXPs. So it's not really address space that is specific to IXPs because we can see it on the routing table. Another, oh, that goes back. Another comment that we received is that we should consider adding other institutions like NRENs, like CCTLDs. And we thought it's a good idea. Actually, when we were writing this policy, we reached out to the CCTLD communities and the people who actually operate CCTLDs, and we thought it might be something worth looking at. But in discussions, we realized that the request we were making was very specific, because they don't have a specific request where some of their address space is not routable. That's to start with. They don't have specific requests with regards to the size of the community string or the community value string for the BGP, for the route servers. This is something that's very specific to IXPs. So in that view, we felt that it will make the policy very complicated to try and ask for so many things within one policy, and therefore having one for IXPs that addresses these two key areas would be of value, and then we would be happy to work with the CCTLD communities and others to try and help them develop their own policy which addresses their key specific areas. We also got a feedback that we should put in a return by date. That means if the resources are not used by a certain date, it should be returned to the pool. And we thought this was quite an interesting suggestion. I mean, really a very useful suggestion. But then we started working on what will then that date be. What will be the date? What will be the numbers that we are looking at of when this can actually be brought back? We have no control of the time space because we have no significant influence in the communities and how they evolve to set up their exchange points. So the best way for us to do is, let's not define a time, like put an expiry date to the policy, because it may not have traction next year and the next year, but 2 years after that the policy may actually get a lot of traction. So why don't we actually say that there is a process in place, which is the PDP process, which can actually come later and identify, oh, this policy is actually not being useful to the community, so we need to repeal it. And that in its own way actually is a process where a policy that has actually been proposed that is not of value to the community can actually be repealed and removed, and we no longer have the space sitting idle. So That's one way we thought we can actually put an end of date to the proposal or to the policy once it's in place, as opposed to putting an expiry date on the policy itself, because we have no control of the factors that play out between now and then. Another point that was raised was we should be careful about the request for ASN reservations, because it may affect AFRINIC's ability to get more ASNs from the IANA. And quite frankly, this was a very good point. We had actually not thought about this. And so we actually had to discuss what's the best thing. What do we do about this? And as the co-authors, one of us wrote to the IANA to find out how would this work. And the IANA had good news for us, because in their response, they said that if AFRINIC actually reserves ASNs for any specific special purpose, then they will not consider those, they would actually consider those, they will not consider them as free, but they will count them as reserved, which means that it does not affect in any way AFRINIC's ability to get more addresses, ASNs rather, from the IANA. So, going on, we have had other suggestions. There were quite a number. One of them was coming from Douglas. So where I said he had proposed some text into the problem statement, and we thought this was a really good proposal in terms of the amendments that he was making, and we would definitely like to know, what the community thinks of this. We have, as the authors, have no problem with this particular problem statement, revised problem statement. It's up here, and if the community feels that it actually clarifies and makes improvements to the policy, we are happy to pass it as approved, as proposed rather. So we will definitely welcome any comments on that. So if you're happy with it, we are perfectly happy with it. And I think that's about it. Yep, that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll thank you for the presentation, Michuki. I think you should stay closer to, okay, you could come back. So either of the three of you would be able to answer the questions that may. The floor is now open. So yeah, so as we think it would be better to actually close the second line, the middle one, so we have just the back and front, so that it's easier to manage that way. So we'll start from the front, first person.
Hello.
So we'll take 2 comments and then we'll get response. Just go ahead.
Jan George, random member of the random community around the world. I think this proposal makes perfect sense. I fully support it. The similar thing was done all around the world, and I think there is no much discussion needed. It just makes sense. Thank you.
No.
Douglas Onyango.
Douglas, wait. We go to the back first. So can I ask him?
Okay.
Just before Christian, just before you come for a comment, Ian, we have a question for you. What do you mean when you say all around the world? Is it all over the other registry or just?
There is similar discussion in other communities. We accepted something similar in RIPE region, and it just, it makes sense.
So
because we need to have something for the IXPs to being created, and so we are actually able to create the new IXPs. I don't see any downside of doing this.
So basically, it's a discussion that is ongoing.
Similar or behind the scenes or public, but
Okay.
yeah, it's going
Noted.
on.
Yes, Christian.
Okay, Christian Bope speaking on my own capacity. First of all, I like the last comment from Michuki, which say that he is open for any modification based on the discussion we will have in this meeting. Commenting on the same logic, I think I have just some suggestion. Is basically technical. To raise is the reference, the RFC you reference in your policy, the RFC 5668. If I follow the AFRINIC, there have been an AFRINIC policy AAF PUB 2005 ISN 001. The policy said that AFRINIC doesn't have two bytes ASN. I don't know if enough Phoenix staff is here can give us more details about that, just to make sure that we are at the same level of discussion. Thank you.
Just a second, Douglas. Ernest needs to react to that.
Could you please repeat the question and the request, Christian, so that we note it down and provide the information precisely as you requested?
Yeah, because in the policy they're requesting 2 byte ISN. But if after reading the policy I just mentioned, AFRINIC they have 2 byte ISN. I don't know if AFRINIC can give us more details about that, and I will come up with my next comment. Thank you.
Okay, to quickly clarify on that, I believe Madhu will correct me if I'm wrong, but right now the wording in most of the RIR policies is that there is no differentiation between the previously called 2 byte and 4 byte AS numbers. It's one large 4 byte AS number pool.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe the authors wanted to mean that previous lower byte AS numbers, not necessarily 2 byte AS numbers. Maybe the authors could just clarify that. I guess that's what
I
they
think
wanted
it's
to
better
mean.
for them to clarify.
So, Christian, are you done? So
Maybe I can come later.
yes, we'll go back in the lens. So the authors will give a comment on the 2 comments that have been given. We see before Douglas makes his comment.
Okay, first to Jan, thanks for your comments and support. I can talk for one of my co-authors. We have been contacted by somebody from your region who wants to incorporate, or maybe it's already an active proposal. About the AS numbers, of course they are all 4 byte, but we refer to the ones below 65,536. Anything else?
I was just looking at the minutes of the last meeting, and there was a clarification given by AFRINIC, which states that although the policy is in place, RIRs have distinctively divided the 32-bit pool into 3 categories. That is 16-bit only, 32-bit only, and 32-bit. And that these policies would seem to touch on the 16-bit only pool, which is 0 to 65,536. That is in the minutes. I was not there and I had connectivity issues, so I'm presuming that if that's the case, then our policy will be touching on the 16-bit pool.
So we are confirming what's in the minutes. He's reading from the AFRINIC website.
As you double check it, on the minutes, Douglas, please.
Thank you. I think I would like to voice my support for the fact that IXPs should be able to request and be granted resources if whether they want it for peering or for management networks. However, I think I am opposed to the idea of a particular reservation at AFRINIC for this particular purpose. And this is because I think by the time, you say you want to have these resources for such a time as when we don't have IPv4 space to give out, and you still want for the exchange points to be able to have access to these resources. My argument is as follows. When there is no IPv4 to go around, a lot of the internet could have moved to V6 or whatever it is they want to move to, and that by extension means there will be not so much for the IXs to want to connect to at that point in time. So the need for a V4 reservation from AFRINIC doesn't look to me like something that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Owen DeLong, Akamai, RNAC. I'm going to respectfully disagree with Douglas's previous comment. In the Aran region, we had a policy which reserved A/16 for IXPs and DNS infrastructure for top-level domains for many years. We recently updated that policy. We took out or excluded the new GTLDs from the reservation because we felt that that would consume things far too quickly, and we expanded it from a 16 to a 15, essentially doubling the amount of space available because, as was mentioned by Michuki, exchange points connect existing operations. So the need to build out additional exchange points and increase peering density over many years after V4 run out will continue even as V4 starts to dissipate off of the internet, and believe me, that cannot happen soon enough for me. We will still need to have V4 for exchange points, and I think reserving V4 in the AFRINIC free pool for that purpose is wise and farsighted, and that we should just do it.
So just before the next person online gives his comment, I would like to get reaction from the authors.
Okay, so I think I would like to echo. If you look at the map that I presented, we have no control, Douglas, of when those countries will come online. And those countries have operating networks today. They are mobile operators on 3G, their country incumbent telcos which are giving fixed line connectivities. So when the exchange point comes in, it is there to connect existing networks, not new networks. Not new networks, existing networks. And remember, you need at least 3 to call it an internet exchange point. So these are 3 existing networks. So if the IXP does not have V4, but these networks that it wants to interconnect have V4, what does it do? So it is critical that when the exchange point is created, it is able to connect both legacy networks and the networks. A legacy network is the wrong term to use, but ideally I hope that sort of sends the message. But legacy networks and the new networks, it needs to connect both. Thank you.
This is probably a good time to add that the 3 co-authors here in front, we operate exchange points, but we have the resources that we need already. We don't do this for our exchange points. We are thinking about the future 5 or 10 years ahead. If in a country that doesn't have anything, they will start up an exchange. And I have a question to Douglas, if I may. You said you are against this particular reservation for this particular cause. Did you mean it to be a wider cause would be fine, or any reservation would be bad? And as a response, we have left the door open in that the PDP can always remove that policy at all, at any time when it's deemed to be expired.
Yes, Kevin. Reaction from regulars? Before.
By cause, I meant we want to call only the IXP's critical infrastructure. Now, we have other pieces of setups that could be called critical infrastructure, and if we would like to make reservations for critical infrastructure, we need to try and accommodate fairly what we would call critical infrastructure, which is now going to open up debate into other matters, and that is where I'm coming from with my argument. Thank you.
Hi Douglas, it's Nishal. Just to make one thing clear, and I don't intend for this to become a technical argument, there are two very specific requirements that internet exchange points have that other pieces of critical infrastructure as defined or not defined by policy in this or any other region may or may not have. We need address space that's not routable at across the internet, and Michuki has explained that already. And there's a requirement for the ASN that's used to be the 2-byte ASN. So yes, it's absolutely possible to reserve address space for just about anything else that you would want. Somebody decides that NREN's a critical infrastructure and the policy gets passed for that. But they do not need a policy requirement for non-routable address space, for example, or specifically a 2-byte ASN. So the 2-byte AS thing is a very unique, very specific thing. Again, tied not just to exchange points, and Michuki explained the two networks, but to the BGP root server at the exchange point. We feel that the distinction was important enough, as Michuki said at the start, which is why we would prefer this and why we wrote this up to be only about internet exchange points and not to include CCTLDs or anybody else. Although, you know, we're open to assisting them if needed.
Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Chege. I'm a member of the community. I was at the last meeting where this was presented, and I was supporting and was hoping that the NRENs would be included as part of the proposal, but I can understand that this would introduce complexities. So I would like to voice my support for the proposal as is, and I'm hoping for the NREN something similar can be drawn up in future. Thank you.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, I think I heard someone say a similar policy exists in the RIPE region. Can we have a reference to it so that at least we can be at par? That's one. Two, I think we probably should fix the document to reflect what we seem to have agreed. That is, we have only 4-byte registry, and you are choosing a certain particular map. So you are doing 4 bytes mappable to 2 bytes. So we are making sure that the left side has 0. Have it reflected in the document to be healthy. Because that's all we have. We only have one registry, and it happens to be 4 bytes. So we should fix that. On the reservations, somehow I'll prefer we solve it holistically, and perhaps do it with modification or enhancement of the soft landing policy. Okay, meaning first we've dealt with the ASN, the next we are looking at reserving the force. So something about it strikes me that it may be better to deal with all of it, including the critical infrastructures, reserve them the way you want it, because we really think you should get all the resources you need, but we like to do it in a holistic way without looking at allocating by nations and so on and so forth, but do it holistically to whatever your requirements are. That way then it is like fixing something we should have done earlier with the soft landing, and then it will serve everybody's interest, because we want you to have it. In my opinion, we want IX exchange points to thrive, but we want them to thrive because some countries need many more, some need little, but at the same time we
want to make sure that any allocations you need, you are able to get, but also serve the needs of all the other critical infrastructure and do it by one method as opposed to solve one bit and another bit later. That's just my preference. So if you're willing to work with us on that, we can perhaps come up with another policy which is more encompassing and addresses all the critical infrastructure needs, as well as needs of newcomers, because newcomers may also need, some force to be able to go to the other places and so on and so forth. So that's what I thought I'll add to your work. Thanks.
Yeah, before we get a reaction from the court, as we'll take his comment, then get a reaction.
Okay. Merci. Thank you. I would like to switch to French. Thank you. I agree with this proposal, it's okay, but I would like, with the control of the technical team of AFRINIC, one of your concern in the feedback you sent in number 2, your concern is the non-application of the ASN adopted. You said because they are not routable. Can I continue? Says the speaker. I would like to know whether isn't it possible to make the ASL adopted non-routable by the AFRINIC team. So this is the proposal I'd like to bring to your feedback number 2 concerning the non-routability of the ASN.
I request the guys on the queue, please keep it brief. The queue is getting longer and longer. Keep it brief. So before Mark, you give your comment, the court has to react.
Okay, about the last speaker, sorry, I only got the second half. About non-routability, it refers to the IP addresses, not the ASN, and that's what okay, yeah. So IXPs definitely do want IP addresses not to be routable, because if they would be, specifically the IP addresses used on the peering land of the IXP, because if routable, these could and these were in fact in the past used for DOS attacks, vulnerability attacks against certain peers at the Internet Exchange. There was a big thing about Spamhaus in March 2013, for instance, in an Internet Exchange, a secret one. So they should not be routable, and AFRINIC should not do anything. They should not make them routable or non-routable. They should just provide them, but publicize that these are from a certain block, and this block is really dedicated to this purpose. That's what we are asking for.
So there was a comment from Doc, and actually 2 comments. So as we've mentioned, we definitely made an attempt at looking at this holistically. But one thing that became very clear to us is that looking at this holistically means it will be a very long and complicated policy proposal, because we are looking at the detail of what are the issues. For the IXPs right now, it is very clear to us we have a non-routable space, which we need, and we have the requests for the 2-byte ASNs for the route servers. So those are very specific to the IX. Now, on top of this, if you were to deal with the CCTLD, the CCTLD will come with its own requests. I don't know what that would be, but they may have their own. If we have an NREN, the same. So it would be a very, very detailed document. which we thought would be very complicated, and it will complicate the process. So it's easier to discuss the IXP and have it over and done with. If the CCTLD have theirs, they can actually do the same, and they make their proposals for their reservations. And if you think about it, if you're making a request for reservations, here it's very clear why we are asking for a /16 and why we are asking for 114 for 2-byte ASNs, because we are anticipating this is just as far much as we would need in terms of IXPs in terms of the space within the foreseeable future of the policy. If at a time comes when we feel that there's a need and there's much more demand that we anticipated, then that can be increased. But it will be specific. If you have a holistic proposal, it means that for the IXP part, do you go and specifically increase for the IXPs or for the whole proposal? So having this granular approach in terms of looking for the IXP specifically, in our view, it helps us address the key issues for each particular groups, as opposed to having a unified proposal that goes into looks at each one of them in details. That splitting will be the differentiation will be very difficult. That's one. On the 4-byte registry, I would definitely like to hear more from AFRINIC in terms of and I looked at the minutes of what was published in Mauritius. What I was reading earlier. AFRINIC noted that although the policy is in place, RIS have distinctively divided the 32-bit pool into 3 categories. So I'm reading that directly from the AFRINIC website on the minutes. So it will be good if someone from AFRINIC can actually come on the floor and clarify what is actually going on, and then we can actually review our proposal to reflect what is the practice or what is the accepted practice within AFRINIC. So okay. We have found the document that is being discussed at RIPE has been shared with the policy chair and co-chair, so they can share that with you. Okay. Madhvi, please, you can proceed.
Yes, Madhvi, Registration Services Manager. I did not check the minutes, but while hearing the conversation about the 3 categories, there is a policy for the 4-byte ASN that was proposed by Jeff Houston in our region. And in there, the terminology that is used by him is 2-byte only AS numbers, or the ASNs in the range of 0 to 65535. 4-byte only AS numbers, those would be in the range 1.0 to 65535.65535, and 4-byte AS numbers ranging from 0 to 65535.65535. So as per that policy, as from the 1st of January 2010, AFRINIC ceased to make any distinction between a 2-byte only AS number and a 4-byte only AS number. That's how we implemented this policy. So yes, we need to, there hasn't been a shift in stopping to use 2-byte and 4-byte, but the other way of stating it is smaller and bigger. So when we started implementing, when we implemented this policy, we stopped making the distinction, but operationally, we were still issuing from the smaller pool that we had, because we were issuing from there. The larger pool was basically not being utilized at that time. So we carried on issuing from the smaller pool, and then decided to shift to the bigger pool. Okay, so right at the moment we're issuing from a bigger pool, because all the AS numbers that we have from the IANA okay, form part of one single pool of AS numbers. So we provisioning it can be a bigger one, it can be a smaller one. All right. So we do not make the difference. It's just if we want to issue from a bigger pool, we issue it because it's available. Okay, that's how we're doing it. So I don't know if Anu or
So if the request for this particular policy to refer to 2-byte ASN out of place or out of order, if you will.
if you mention 2-byte, you may be in contradiction with this. But if you say smaller or within this range, then it.
So if we specify the range,
then it would be. Because otherwise, you would get what was previously known as the 4-byte, the longer ones, the bigger ones.
Okay, Alan looks like I don't want to take over the moderator.
Okay.
I think that's clear to the co-authors what they need to do. Thanks, Madhu, for that. Next online, please. Let's keep it brief. The queue is glowing. It's really long, so let's keep it brief.
Hello, this is Mark Elkins. I really like this policy. I'd like to put my name behind supporting this policy. The critical aspect of this particular policy is in fact the reservation of 2-byte ASNs. So I did some research. You're asking for 114 minimum, and there are 174 of these 2-byte ASNs left in AFRINIC, which are deemed to be clean, and there's another 9 which have obviously been returned or something are deemed to be dirty. So you get 174 clean ones. I believe it is very critical to do this because of the 6-byte ASN issue when exchanging at an exchange point. And this is important because all new people coming in to the game will probably end up with a 4-byte ASN. So if the exchange point has a 4-byte ASN, then things are not going to work properly. I also think keeping this policy separate from CCTLDs and other things makes a lot of sense, because I don't believe that these other critical infrastructures need to worry about 2-byte or 4-byte ASNs. From a viewpoint of the address space, really that's a non-issue. We've got plenty of IPv4 address space, so I don't see what's wrong with reserving that. It's not going to upset anyone. We need to burn through that anyway. The critical part about this particular policy is in fact securing the 2-byte ASNs, and I do applaud you for looking at this in a technical aspect like this to make sure that we in fact have room for another 174 exchange points. Thank you very much.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Paulos Nyirenda from Malawi. Maybe 3 issues I wanted to raise. Maybe just the experience. I was going to ask about 2-byte, 4-byte, because we did experience this recently on our exchange point. With the fact that one of our members was asking specifically for an ASN to get for use on the exchange point, and he was issued a 4-byte ASN, and it caused us quite a bit of hassle because he was not willing to go back to AFRINIC to get a new one, and finally they did issue him a new one. I have reservations on this reservations policy because of the issue of definition for critical internet infrastructure. I really do think that DNS is critical internet infrastructure. And I think an area speaker already indicated that in other regions, the reservation policy does include other critical internet infrastructure. including TODs, where CCTODs are a subsector. So I'm unhappy with the policy that it doesn't go far enough to include genuinely critical internet infrastructure. And I think if you plot the maps, if you replot the maps for IXPs and put CCTODs on top, you'll see that the picture is more or less the same with the way that the CCTODs are and the distribution of IXPs. Finally, I would like to raise the issue of access to the reserved space, how this access would be managed, and access includes price. So if I have an IXP and I want a second /24 from the reserve, I would like to see in the policy how this is accessed by my IXP. Would I have to pay for it?
I'll get the other person on the line before. I'm seeing the co-authors are eager here to react to Paulo's. Sorry. Yes, we changed the policy to 3. So your comments first.
Okay. C'est ça. I will speak in French. So my name is Serge from Diaco.
I'm from Congo. What I wanted to say is that I support the fact that the exchange points play an important role in Africa, and that it is the responsibility of the community to ensure the availability of the necessary resources for this development. But by looking at the different AFRINIC policies, we see that there is a lending policy. My question is, why not we have not reassured the preservation of these necessary resources in the application of this policy?
So I'll get a reaction from the authors from the 3 comments that have been made on the floor. Frank?
You want first? Okay, thank you, Mark. I can swear. Hi. Thanks. To Dr. Paulos, we strongly believe that the requirements for IXPs are unique in the regard for these resources that we have requested, and the IXPs there will still be more IXPs coming up in Africa and elsewhere, and we don't see that the case for CCTLDs because there's a finite number of countries.
No, I'm still smiling. Okay, so I appreciate the concerns that Dr. Paulos has brought on with respect to when we map up the CCTLDs, and I think what he was referring to is when you map the ones that are actually operated in region, the map will look more or less similar to what we have with the IXPs. So again, we have 2 distinct requirements, Dr. Paulos. One of them is that the reservation we are requesting for is a contiguous block for IP address space that everyone will know. Whenever you've seen this, because it's going to be published, you will know that it's for IXPs peering LAN. Secondly, we are asking for ASNs, 2-byte ASNs. Oh, sorry, I have to clarify. Yes, the smaller numbers below 65,536. If that's the case, we found it difficult, and I think we had a couple of exchanges with some of the CCTLD operators that we know, and we found that their requirements were going to be outside of this scope, which is what this particular policy is trying to focus on. We are not trying to redefine the definition of critical internet infrastructure. We are trying to define the requirements of an internet exchange point, which is different. And that's why we were left, and we really tried to see how we could accommodate, because before we brought it to the even to the AFRINIC mailing list, we did discuss to the CCTLD managers that we have contact with, and we realized that we would then be writing a policy that first redefines critical internet infrastructure to make the reservations. But what we are trying to achieve is address a critical need, a critical function of the IXP and some of the challenges we're facing, and making sure that is well catered for. And then there is no limit in terms of us coming up immediately after this meeting and having a document that actually redefines critical internet infrastructure and what their requirements and reservations would be. I don't see that being a limit. So I would encourage you to not have reservations on this particular policy, but have reservations that there is no critical internet infrastructure policy that aims to reserve resources for that particular group of organizations or functions of the internet. So I hope that sort of clarifies our position on this. Thank you.
To answer the last part of your question, Dr. Paulus, you wanted to know at what rate and how these get allocated. We do not make a distinction on what an internet exchange point is or how AFRINIC allocates to those. That's something we've been actually asking from AFRINIC for about 2 months now without an answer. Madhvi is nodding her head, but I'm sure she will get it to us. We believe the RIR does a very good job of doing that. They have processes and policies in place to deal with what actually is an internet exchange point and how to make reservations for that. And our goal is not to interfere in their process at all. Nor is it our goal on how to set costs attached to that. I think that's what the board is supposed to do. And I'm looking at some board members and they're nodding at me. So we're going to leave that to the board. What we like, as Michuki says, is just to be able to distinguish that there is a particular need for internet exchange point resources in the manner that my colleagues have been talking about, and we're looking to get a reservation for that. And to add clarification, in other regions, it's not necessarily tied into the same pool. So for example, the RIPE region, the document that I've sent to Ernest and the co-chair here, speaks specifically about exclusive internet exchange point peering land use. So there is, if you're looking for it, there is precedent set. We don't really care about the precedent, to be honest, because we're doing what we think is right for our region, and we're asking you for your support. The other last point that I wanted to make was that in Djibouti, there was a policy that, I think it was Djibouti, there was a policy that was voted down about NRENs. And one of the messages that came from this community was that the policy authors didn't run an NREN and didn't know what was good for an NREN. So while we know about internet exchange points, I run 3, Michuki runs 2, Frank runs 1.5. We think we know what makes an internet exchange point work. I can't say that I can speak with the same measure of authority for what would drive the CCTLD. I have a fair amount of common sense, I think, and I can design and build your network for you, but I'm not an authority on that. So we stuck to what we know about.
There was another comment on the soft landing policy, and I have to say that my previous comments also sort of, we're still focusing, we're avoiding to put this together with everything else for those very two specific reasons. And we're not very sure whether we're going to have, it's more likely we are going to have unintended consequences as a result of bundling this into another policy, because then people will get confused as to why we are asking for this number inside a larger policy and so on and so forth. So that's why we are really very particular and it will appear insistent that this is very specific to IXPs and not to the whole of the routable space or the whole IPv4 space that is available to be reserved under the soft landing policy. So it's very, very specific. I hope, Saj, that sort of answers your question. Thank you.
Just a clarification for the authors. Nishal, the URL you send, you can actually send it to the PDP list for everybody to see. Yes. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Christian Boku from DRC Congo. I think we are almost reaching the convergence point. Following AFRINIC staff comments concerning the AIS'15 bit, I think the first conclusion which comes in my mind is we should first of all remove the reference to the RFC 5668, because the RFC 5668 in the block we have the global F4 bits and the local F2 bits. Following the discussion, we cannot use that reference. Otherwise, maybe because in our case we will have something like 4.4, which means that we need to go to ITF to, it will be a very, very long process. Having said that, I think also we need to avoid breaking our own policies, because we already have a policy, as Madhvi explained. And maybe I will make a suggestion. What do you think if just maybe in the AIS number list you choose the range which can be used for your exchange points? Maybe it could be also an option. In order, because what I'm saying is AFRINIC staff, maybe AFRINIC can maybe propose a range, and in the range you choose maybe, I don't know, it's just something coming in my mind. Maybe together we'll discuss on it in detail to find how we can make it happen. Thank you.
That's noted. Christian, next one. Noted. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edward from NFT Consult, Uganda. My question asks for more enlightenment. What is AFRINIC's current policy for reserving /16 IPv4 resources to internet exchange point?
Ernest.
Could you repeat the question, please?
What is AFRINIC's current policy for reserving /16 IPv4 resources to internet exchange points?
There is no such policy for reserving blocks of resources for IXPs. I guess that's the spirit of this proposal that we're discussing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Markus Schmidt, Ripe NCC. I just want to respond quickly to previous questions for the exact reference in the RIPE region that we have a similar policy, and it's in the IPv4 policy, so it's in RIPE document, RIPE document 643, and there we have one section, 6.1, where it defines, you probably know that you can get starting from a /24 up to a /22 IPv4, and it's strictly restricted to the peering LAN, and we don't have any reservation of 2-bit AS numbers, so it's just IPv4/16.
Thank you very much. That's noted. We'll have Owen and Doc. If at all there's any comment, I think we'll give you 2 minutes to decide if you're coming online. Otherwise, we draw a red tape. Owen, please.
Owen DeLong, Aaron AC, and Akamai. Bike shedding this proposal into some sort of be-all, end-all solution to all the world's problems is not a good idea. The authors have expressed clear reasons for doing this as an internet exchange point policy only. Those are good reasons. People that want a proposal to cover DNS should propose one. They shouldn't try to sabotage this one because it doesn't happen to be the proposal they want for an unrelated matter, where the only similarity between the two proposals is they contain the word reservation. So let's stop bike shedding this. Let's get it moving forward. Let's get it done. And if the DNS operators want to do something for DNS, then let them bring it before the community and let the community consider it. There is no reason to hold this up. I'm not sure I understand the reason that exchange points uniquely need short AS numbers. They a lot of exchange points I know are working just fine with 4-byte AS numbers, and so I don't know why that is, but whatever, I don't really care. The proposal is a good one, move it forward.
Yes, Doc. Then we have comments from the authors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what I heard was that RIPE exchange point policy does not cover ASNs. Did I hear correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay. I hear ARIN doesn't either. So this is where I want to make a proposal. Separate the two. Okay, and we can work the ASN differently because you seem to have arrived at some way of describing that in an acceptable way by saying smaller ASN. So that means that part we don't have a problem dealing with. And the other RRRs are not really having a policy of that nature. Okay, so that's one. I'm proposing that you bifurcate it, separate it. The second thing is that in the IPv4 area, it would normally not be an issue, except for the fact that we are in the exhaustion phase, right? It's getting finished. That's why this becomes an issue, okay? And hence, instead of just giving first come, first serve, reservation, someone is saying it might pay to take a look at the needs of some of the clearly identifiable critical resources and then do a policy for them. I mean, I'm saying you can take the ASN as you want it and move on, but because this other one has become a pressing something that is getting finished and you are concerned, you may not be able to have it to do the things you want. And similarly, the other groups too are saying the same thing. Then we probably can look at it and by November have a policy. This is what I think I will suggest. I hope it helps you. You move forward on one, the other one you work with the community and you get something that may work. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. So I'll get a comment from the authors as Ernest looks if there's any comments from the remote participation. Are there any comments from remote participation? While they're waiting. Okay.
So one of the challenges that does, and I would understand why that there is no particular policy on ASNs in Europe or in RIPE NCC region or ARIN is, and I haven't done any survey or anything of that nature, is that the use of route servers at IXPs is fairly limited in Europe and North America. There's a lot more of bilateral peering that takes place, which then this particular request may not be of a significant issue. In our region, the use of route servers is almost like a default. In terms of most people prefer to actually peer with the route server. We've been known to be the ones that have actually had some of the peering, like mandatory multilateral peering policies and multilateral peering policies where we use the route server to force everyone to peer at the exchange point. And so the use of route servers is more prevalent in our region compared to others. And as a result, I think Dr. Paulo's comment in terms of how they had to face this is evident in the fact that most of the exchange points that we have tried to deploy, we have worked with, do have route servers. And so in dropping the ASN issue means that we have to then go back to, to try to find another way to deal with the issue. And at this point in time, the option that really exists is having the protocol work done to actually have an RFC for this. And that's a much, much longer path to go through the IETF to have this resolved. So I'm not sure whether I am understanding the comments, but my view is that these two things are Yes, Doc.
I think you may have misunderstood me. I was actually saying that for the ASN, you found a solution.
Yes.
So take it and go.
Okay.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have it. I'm
Okay.
saying you've got one, take it, run. And then
All
the
right.
second half we fix. That's where I was trying to come. I hope you hear me. Meaning that you don't have a problem with the other regional registries. They are not doing it.
Yes.
You say you will do it and they say they have a solution. You can take the smaller numbers and go.
All right. So then in that case, we are happy to revise the text to you refer to shorter numbers or anything lower than 65,536 and and any other editorials that we will get and resubmit this to the list.
What did the most participants say? There's no comment from we seek for consensus.
Okay, thank you very much for all those that have contributed. Sorry for taking time. We've taken so much time on this, and I think I hope you all agree with me that it is worth it. Myself and my colleague, we have been discussing way forward on this particular policy proposal. What we understand is that the authors are willing to make the necessary change as it concerns the as it concerns the ASN. If there is any reservation for that based on this, the suggested change, it would be good for us to hear that now, especially on the ASN. On the prefix, we'll observe that there's been a lot of here and there discussion about the prefix, the reservation itself, and we're wondering whether there's any objections specifically on this prefix. We have observed a few objections, but we have also observed a lot of support as well. However, we all know that the process is based on consensus, and we'd like you to make our job easier from this place. So we want to say something?
I wanted to make a suggestion that perhaps calling for a show of hands for those who would support adopting the policy as written versus those who think it should be returned to the mailing list.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you for that suggestion, Owen. Yeah, so based on the current status of things, it should be good to observe consensus on this particular proposal. If there are people who think who are confident that this proposal should go should go as it is currently. Currently, can I see a show of hand?
With the amendment.
No. Yeah, the editorial we've already talked about that, which is that to do with the 2 bytes clarification. You want to say something?
There's a comment from Graham remotely, so I'm going to read it. I think that it is important to move this forward. I agree with other commenters that there are other infrastructures that deserve reservation of numbering resources. That is likely to get support from myself and others, but should not be a reason to stall or hijack this policy.
If I get that right, I think that is a support. Yeah. Okay, that's a support. Anything? Oh, okay, please.
Maybe I may be wrong, but my understanding is, in principle, the majority agree with the policy.
Yes.
And what we are saying is, we ask the author to do some updates, and we will.
Yeah. So the update we ask them to do is, which they have agreed to, is the ASN correction, right?
Yes.
Aha. So they've agreed. I believe you've agreed to doing that.
And for what are we voting for?
So we're going to vote for based. Okay, let me modify that. Based on the edits, subject to the implementation of the proposed editing, do we have any reservation?
Yeah, the question is, why don't we wait for the edit and we vote on the final one instead of voting on something that we edit after?
Yeah, just a minute. We know that we understand that there is a process. The process is that if this moves, it's not the approval, it's not the final approval, it's still going to go to last call, and then you will still have the opportunity to see the draft as it is, and then you will be able to make comment. We've seen proposals that actually got thrown back to the list from the last call. Sorry, Andrew, that could be one of Andrew. So, but that is the fact. We could actually still discuss this on the mailing list and determine if, especially if the authors did not implement the changes as proposed. So I hope that clarifies your view. Christian. Okay.
Similar concern, Paulos Nyirenda from Malawi. I don't think there should be a vote. The PDP does not define a vote for policies. So it only defines consensus. And at the moment, I think it's inappropriate to take a vote.
Point of order. Did I mention vote? If I did, please, I'm correct. I stand to be corrected. My intention was to observe consensus by show of hand.
Sunday Folayan, Nigeria CCTLD. I don't know how the chair would observe consensus without asking for a show of hands to gauge if there is consensus. So definitely gauging consensus is not the same as taking a vote. Having said that, I want to say as a CCTLD, we support the proposal. When the other people need to do things, they would bring their own proposal. And to also say that the minutes would adequately reflect what changes are expected to be put into the policy. Therefore, trying to stall the policy moving forward by saying that we should come back another time is a waste of the time of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have other comments. So Patrick Okwi, Ugandan internet user, supports the policy. Phil Regno, Kenyan user, support the proposal as it. Graham Beneker, South Africa, supporting the policy. And Raz Birama from Gabon too. Thank you.
Andrew, is he still in support?
Chair, first of all, yes, I support it, but I also want to second what Sunday has said, and I also point out that there is plenty of precedent going back over the last couple of years for policies, for a show of hands to be taken to gauge consensus on policies based on amendments that have been agreed to and will be applied once the consensus is shown. So there is plenty of precedent, and I really do not like the fact that we are looking at a situation where people want to delay this by 6 months purely because they haven't seen amendments written that have already been agreed to. It's bizarre.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. I think we've already clarified that, and we can move on, I think. Thank you. Christian, you have a final word?
Yeah, just a comment, because I don't accept the fact that someone is saying we are wasting our time. Because this policy where we discuss in Mauritius, there was no updates, and we accept to discuss again, which means that we're wasting our time. And if you compare the debate today and Mauritius debate, we make a lot of progress.
Yeah.
Which means that, as I said in my last comment, we were close to reach the communist point. And I think we have made a lot of progress, and some of the last comment is coming is trying to break the consensus we were trying to build on. I think, I don't know, but this is just my last comment.
Thank you, Chris. Are you coming to the, okay, I think we need to add code. It was a red tape before, but this is an hard-coded closure of the floor right now. So we don't want anybody to come back to the floor, please, after him. After you.
Hi, Sabin Mahal, Cairo Internet Exchange. I support this proposal.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I've consulted with my colleague, and it's we actually then asking for those who support the proposal based on the edits that will be made. Can I see your hands up? Thank you. Thank you. We've seen the hands. And those who oppose the proposal in its current form, or even if it is edited, may I see your hands up? Thank you very much. We really appreciate your contribution to this proposal. We have. I haven't declared yet. We have not declared yet. Okay, so thank you very much, the authors. Please, we hope that you have implement the suggested edits and send it to the RPD list for the last call process. Thank you very much. Now the clap can come, the hands can come.
Now you can clap. So I want to thank the co-authors for getting time to come and share with us their views and comments on the proposal. Thank you. Good. So we'll go straight to the next item. We're going to invite Ernest. He's going to talk about the status of policy manual. Ernest?
Okay, this will be really quick and short. We presented this same piece of information about 1 year ago, and what the policy manual is, it's an initiative to try and combine all our policy documents into one big document, into one document that is easy to refer to browse, because right now we have different pieces of policy documents that are all numbered with different IDs, and what we're trying to do is get all these into one document. Now we have already done that, and the draft of this is actually on our website. To not go around this much, I'll take you through what the milestones were on this, because this is a piece of work that has been completed. We did it, presented it at one of our meetings, I think about 1 year back, at which meeting the community present decided that we throw it to the mailing list for comments and feedback, and at the same time gather all the comments that were received and hand it over to the board for approval. Now we have requested the board, we believe the board has received it more than 6 months back, and our different follow-ups to the board to get this approved so far have not gotten any feedback to the policy development working group and the co-chairs. So I would, perhaps, I see the board members looking at me, some of them. If this was approved, we are happy to hear any sort of feedback. If it didn't reach the board, we are still happy to formally say here it is. We are waiting for its approval. Because I see a few stares from some board members, I don't understand. So, but for the benefit of those that don't know what it is, it's just a simple rearrangement of all our policy documents into one easy to refer to source or document or page. And this was a leaf borrowed from what ARIN has done with their number resource policy manual, which we found quite nice and easy to refer to and read and browse, and even easy to update. So if perhaps the board has received this, we are more than happy to hear what's happening on its implementation and approval. Thank you.
Thank you for putting the board in a fix. No, we didn't receive it.
Ernest, would you say something about that?
That is an interesting development. We were under the impression that the board has received it. We received it more than many months back, and we used our internal follow-up to always find out what's happening, and we did not get any feedback, and we are more than happy to resubmit it to the board for its approval. And
thank you. Please resubmit before we leave Tunis.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I believe that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ernest. I'll call on Madvi to come and give a presentation on staff policy implementation experience. I think this is one of the items that we need to pay attention to, especially as we consider developing new policy proposals for our region. Madvi is gonna be talking about the difficulties and the challenges in interpretation of existing policies and what they are actually, which will help us, the community, to determine how to help them in their work and to help their work easier. So Malvi, the floor is yours. Can you change the slides, please? It's not there. While they are changing the slides, again, we apologize for the time taken. We will soon be done.
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Madhvi Gopur, Registration Services Manager at AFRINIC, and I'll be presenting to you the Policy Implementation Experience Report. So, the first policy that we'll look at is the IPv4 allocation policy. And in there it's mentioned that AFRINIC is responsible for the allocation of IP address space, AS numbers, and management of reverse domain names within the region. So the current practices that we look at the legal presence of the entities in the AFRINIC service region. We also look at the proof of infrastructure and operation in the AFRINIC service region, proof of that they're providing services to end users, evidence of connectivity and operation. In some cases, where applicable, we also look ask requests for the license that they have from the regulator to operate. That would mostly apply to internet service providers. And we would slow start as per the policy by default unless justification for more IP addresses is made and given to us. That would prove that the entities have existing network operations. The issues that we faced that we have requests from companies with offshore presence in our service region. By offshore presence, that means that they have an offshore registration in the region, but they are not allowed to do business in the country in which they got the offshore certificate, the global business license. So we have also requests in which it's mentioned that they have partnerships regarding infrastructure with no further details being given to us, that the leasing equipment and co-location in data centers. So before they were purchasing infrastructure equipment, now it's leasing of equipment. Some of the requests we're getting is before even like the organizations are established in our region. We would ask for legal presence, evidence in the region, and then we'll see the certificate of incorporation or a document, coming to us, and it was done after our request was made. And we also have an issue regarding VSAT operators who have core infrastructure located outside the AFRINIC service region. So in terms of statistics, for the past 6 months, we have received 9 resource member requests from offshore companies. None of them have been brought to closure yet because they were not satisfying the requirements that we have in place. And we also have a request from one VSAT provider who says they're servicing customers in our service region. Now, for the VSAT operators, usually what we recommend to them at the moment, for the past 2 or 3 years, I think we've been doing that. We do not want to penalize the African entities that are buying bandwidth from them. So some African entities have come to AFRINIC to get the IP resources, and then they ask the VSAT operator to route it for them. So the VSAT operators are actually the upstream providers for those organizations. We also have other ISPs, LIRs in our region who are providers, through which VSAT operators target customers in our service region, and through those ISPs, the African entities have been able to access the internet through the VSAT service. So that was a workaround. So there's the same policy also states that an LIR can receive an additional allocation when about 80% of the older address space currently allocated to it has been used in valid assignments and or suballocations. So this came up with a clarification in the morning. We do look at percentage usage of the aggregated space, but the way we evaluate requests is we audit each allocation that has been issued to the organization when they come for an additional space. So we audit what hasn't been audited until the organization, our member, has reached a size where we look at the overall picture. So basically we'll audit the full, all the utilization. Is it 80% of all the requested, of all the resources they have in hand? We also verify the validity of the assignments in terms of historical data that they keep, and sometimes the snapshots of usage data and bandwidth. So there's a mix of documentation that they supply just to show the validity of the assignments. This is important because sometimes, or most of the time, what's registered on the WHOIS database does not in fact reflect the utilization. While we were doing the audits, that's what we found out. I mean, a /14 split into and registered as 2 separate assignments on the WHOIS database, that shows 100% utilization on the member portal. But in fact, due to wrong provisioning, they were not being used up to 80%, even though, the WHOIS database shows 100% utilization. So as part of the check, we also verify if the prefixes we've issued appear in the internet routing table, because the public IP address space, especially when the services that were mentioned, for the deployment of these IP addresses, so mention access to the internet, so it has to be routed. And usually if we do not see it routed, we do ask a couple of questions about it. Okay. And where our members have not registered their utilization of their prefixes on the WHOIS database, we use some teach and approve mechanisms so that they have this one-to-one interaction with the registration service team so that they can properly manage their IP addresses. We talk about how they should look at their address planning needs carefully, provision their network, okay, and once after they provision their network, they should be registering the assignments on the WHOIS database. So we do help them with it, even though they have after the first interaction, they may have further queries. They may need us to show it to them again. We're willing and to help them with it. Okay. So statistics-wise, I have requested our team in Mauritius to look this up, and we found that 538 AFRINIC LIR members that had received an IP prefix from AFRINIC between the 1st of January 2005 until 31st of May, 2014. I'm sorry, there's a typo there. 2014 do not have 80% utilization on the MyAfrinic portal. Okay. Why it's 2014 is because we give resources up to a year. Okay. So I haven't taken the past 12 months into consideration. Knowing that we have about 1,200 members, 1,100 members is roughly 50% of our members that right now, if we look at the WHOIS database in terms of registration of the usage of the IP addresses, they're not policy compliant. We have another policy, the end user assignment policy. Okay, it states that organizations should show either existing efficient utilization of at least /25 from the upstream provider, or they should justify an immediate need of at least 50% of what they're requesting based on the network infrastructure. So we look for policy compliance in this case. IP addressing plan helps. They have to justify their needs, and in some cases where we as host masters, we feel that they're not looking at the bigger picture of their organization. Some of them still focus on, what they have from the upstream, a /27 or a /28, and they only ask for that, and forgetting that they're natting most of the internet users, so they're still using NAT on the network. And so we teach and approve them so that they can provide an adequate IP addressing plan, so that they are also made aware that they can do away with NAT on the network after they receive their IP blocks. Some issues that we faced, yes, they cannot justify the need for the minimum for their operations. Some of them, they may not be able to justify an immediate need to comply with this policy, but they are able to comply with the ASN policy for the AS numbers. They have 2 BGP peers, but they can't get at least the minimum /24 to use on the network, because that ASN policy does not, it's only for AS numbers, and the end user assignment policy does not have as criteria that any organization that is eligible to get an ASN can also get the minimum. So it's not in the policy there. Okay. And one of the latest cases that we observed were that some end users were not looking at their needs in overall, despite teaching them about it, and they were coming back before a year, before 6 months, I think, in fact, to get IPs for their disaster recovery site. So we trying to update our documentation on this side as well, just so that to make them aware that they should be looking at all their needs for the next 12 months, because that's the amount of time that AFRINIC will allocate resources for as per an existing policy. In terms of mergers and acquisitions, we do not have a policy at AFRINIC. We only have a guideline that we use, because we are aware that there could be a merger, sale, or takeover. So the guideline, in the guideline, is publicly available on our website. So we ask, operationally, we will ask for detailed information about the transfer case. We will have to check if there have been changes in ownership, okay, due to a merger, sale, or takeover, and or if the members stop serving entirely as NLIR. We have had a consolidation request for resources being consolidated under holding companies. Okay, but in terms of transfers due to mergers and acquisitions, we only do so if there is evidence of merger, sale, or takeover. The issues that we have observed were transfer requests are being received and the non-merger, non-acquisitions related. Transfer from one organization to a sister organization, for example, from one LIR to another. Now what we've seen is legacy resource holders want to transfer their IP address space or some of it to another entity that they say is related to them, or that they say were bought by them, or they split operations. Now there's another entity that wants some of the space. Okay. We also have change of name requests without relevant documentation as proof. Change of name requests usually have to be accompanied by a certificate of change of name. Okay, and for change of name request is our members, and if I may say so, based on the discussion that happened earlier on, is also regarding legacy resource holders. The legacy resource holders at some point in time want to update their organization details, their contact information, the address. Okay, so they want to do it. They want to update their maintainer. All right. So they're coming to us because their resources are registered in the AFRINIC whois database. Okay. These mergers and acquisitions are very time and resource intensive, as we as staff, we have to make all the checks that are needed and be very diligent that resources are not being hijacked, okay, by an entity that's, saying that, yes, we bought them. We do ask the buyer and the seller, both parties to agree, okay, to it. We have had cases where the seller then comes and says, no, the IPs should not be transferred over to the organization that acquired my customers and my infrastructure. Okay, so it's becoming more complex. So statistics-wise, right now we have 10 requests for resource transfers that are not yet concluded. Okay, they're pressing us for a speedy conclusion, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to conclude any of them yet. The ASN policy states that there are three requirements, prerequisites that an organization could satisfy to get an autonomous system number. So the current practice that we observe is that we verify if they at least specify 2 BGP peers, and we contact those BGP peers to get them to confirm the peering agreement with them. We also ask them if they are connecting to an internet exchange point, because at AFRINIC we consider an organization to be multi-homing as well if you're connecting to an internet exchange point, because internet exchange points by default have at least 3 BGP peers connecting to them. Okay. We'll also check if they have a unique routing policies. That happens in the case of some organizations. Okay, and we will approve in the majority of the cases if both peers have confirmed immediately, or our member wants to multi-home and they tell us that the multi-homing would occur in a reasonable amount of time, and that reasonable amount of time we have assumed to be 3 months. So the issues that we have faced so far, ASN requests coming to us with only 1 BGP peer mentioned. Okay, peers would not confirm peering agreement when they contact them. Some members assume, okay, or presume that they can only use their IP resources if they have a public AS number. Okay, and we have also been told that some upstream ISPs are making it a mandatory requirement for their customers to come with them with a public AS number. Okay, but if that customer is single home, they would not comply with the AFRINIC policies. We have the latest, this is the reverse delegation. So no reverse unless assigned policy. So AFRINIC will no longer grant reverse delegation of IP address space that it administers unless an assignment or suballocation of the sub-specific address space is registered appropriately in the AFRINIC database. So the current practice is that we have updated our business rules as part of the policy implementation. We have also hard-coded it into the member portal and on the WHOIS database so that reverse DNS are not registered unless there is at least one assignment registered for the prefix. We have also been teaching the members who face the difficulties because now they're caught unawares. Reverse DNS is important for them. They want to register it on the WHOIS database and they get another error adding assignments and they have no clue about it, about what to do with it. So we had to really work with them, hard with them, okay, to at least get them to understand. And it's another opportunity for us to ensure that our members register their assignments on the WHOIS database. I requested some statistics. We had 200 members that were not policy compliant last year in September, right, Ernest? If I'm not mistaken, September last year when we implemented the policy. And as of now, we have 181 LIR members that are not policy compliant. They updated the data. And in the past 6 months, my host masters are telling me that we've attended to about 140 tickets regarding the no reverse unless assigned policy because of our members who could not, they couldn't understand why they could not register their reverse DNS. Some of them received our communication and wanted to know if they were compliant or not. So we had to go double check everything, work with them so that they're compliant. Okay. So yeah, the issues that were the slow uptake, we had to do some training for our members and we had to deal with a larger volume of tickets. In the IPv6 policy, okay, that's for allocation and assignments of IPv6 space, 6.4.1 is regarding the assignment address space size. So we had followed these guidelines when implementing this policy way back a long time ago, I would say. And what we have seen is the evolution that our members now want to register different assignment size, and at the moment they are only limited to such assignment size. So we have discussed it internally, okay, and the policy also states that AFRINIC is not concerned about which address size an LIR actually assigns. So we're basing ourselves on this, and we will further allow the LIR members, is still pending coding at the moment, to register any assignments that they feel works for their networks. The end result will be that we would have an updated database, WHOIS database, regarding registration and usage of the IP addresses. So moving forward, the IPv4 allocation policy also has one section regarding suballocations, where the suballocation size is /24, and the scope behind the suballocation is it allows a reasonable number of small assignments to be made by a downstream ISP. So suballocations are usually done to an ISP who is a customer of a bigger LIR. Okay, we have seen an evolution where we have a reseller of virtual ISPs model that is being adopted in some of the regions that we provide IP addresses to, and the LIRs were facing difficulties in fact justifying the usage of their prefix that they received from AFRINIC, and were telling us, no, we don't have any visibility on how the IPs are being used. So what we have done is we've worked with those LIRs so that they request for suballocations, and then we're teaching and improving them. We're teaching them in how they should manage, because suballocation is not the end. Those IPs will still be issued to the customers, okay, the end users there, and we want to see the usage data registered accurately on the WHOIS database. Okay. So what we've done is those LIRs who also have reseller models, we request them to request for suballocations, and also they are told that the actual usage would be once the assignments are registered on the WHOIS database. With the advent of more policies being ratified in the past 3 years, especially the past year, I would say, that we have started receiving resource requests in which the IP addressing needs would actually may have made us look into different policies in order to be able to evaluate them. One such example was the IPv4 location request, a couple of requests I think, that had Anycast assignment needs in there, as well as IP addresses for regular service, for the regular service. So that meant that we thought about it properly and came to the conclusion that we would look at the IP addressing plan and evaluate the request based on the policy that is applicable to them. If there's more than one policy, you would take out each section and evaluate it as per the policy that is applicable to them, so that we do not penalize the member requesting for the IP resources. And we will also be able to tell them clearly, okay, what is happening where, and if you have had to limit them on certain cases, the reason behind it. For example, the Anycast assignment, they allowed only one assigned Anycast. So our request to the community is, shall AFRINIC registration services carry on with its current practices, knowing that the current practice would reflect on AFRINIC as an organization. You may come forward if you have any questions or suggestions, or you can also use the policy discussion mailing list if you have any questions in this regard. Thank you very much.
Andrew, you have a comment?
Yeah, I've got two questions and one comment.
Andrew, introduce yourself.
Andrew from Liquid Telecom.
Thank you.
Firstly, with a question, when you mentioned that you verify whether or not space is announced in the routing table, just as a matter of curiosity, do you look at the AS paths where that space is announced from and who's actually announcing it when you look at it? So that's question number one. Question number two, you refer to many users who don't have accurate data in the WHOIS database or haven't used their space, etc. Do you feel that this is because people simply aren't updating the information, or because they actually aren't using the space? Do you have any sense of that? And do you believe the implementation of stuff like REST APIs will assist this situation, and if so, when will REST APIs become available to the public? And then lastly, as a comment, with regards to the acquisitions, mergers, and transfers and consolidations, I would personally like, on behalf of Liquid Telecommunications, to say a huge thank you to the AFRINIC hostmasters and staff for an excellent job well done. We have, I can tell you before this audience that of anybody doing consolidations, and I'm sure Madhvi will attest to this, I don't think she's ever seen so many consolidation requests in her life as came from me. They were long, they were comprehensive, but they were dealt with. And we've just done another one, and happily once I provided the documentation as requested, I believe it took less than 72 hours to do. And AFRINIC staff have done an excellent job there, and they really need to be commended for it. So thank you very much on behalf of Liquid.
Madhvi, would you want to react to that, or is there a comment? Or we go to the next?
Okay, I have to reply to some of that.
Okay.
Okay. When we check the routing table, yes, we have an idea of what an AS path is. You know, the registration service agreement has some clauses, you know, when you request for IP address space, if it's changed, okay, what you requested for it, if it has changed, then you have to inform AFRINIC about it. It has a clause about it. We do not go enforcing it, you know, as a rule. But in case when we receive additional resource requests, okay, or if somebody is telling us we have that much amount of space and we're using it, we'll find out. I mean, if you're using it, then it should be visible on the internet. Unless you have a reason, okay, and you tell us about it. We wouldn't know about it. So we will ask you why if it's not. So sometimes we have seen a couple of cases where they would mention the upstream provider, it will be this organization, and then eventually when it's being routed, it gets routed under the AS number of another upstream provider. So because we do refer to the history of the locations that we've done, such things come to our attention. And if we think we have to ask the member about it, we'll just ask a question. It's not that they would have a reason, that's definitely so. And some of them have happily provided us an explanation, you know. They have decided to change upstream providers in mid-course for some reasons. So yes, we sometimes look at the AS path. And especially like sometimes if we're not so sure of the request, you know, something is bothering us, then these are the advanced checks that we would actually use, but not as a rule. But we do check if it's being routed. I think we had a couple of issues with liquids as well. But we do check for the routing. That's just part of the job. Now, regarding the utilization, registration of the utilization, it so happens, and speaking based on experience, that when our members come for additional resource requests, they may not have registered it on the WHOIS database. Maybe because they don't know how to do it or they don't find the time how to do it. I haven't done a survey in that regard yet, but I have to keep that in mind. But it could happen. But when we ask them, okay, you haven't registered it, but we need to know how you're using the address space. And they come up with nicely documentation that they've kept. Okay, they've kept the documentation. Or sometimes they will submit the documentation as to how they're using the address space with the request, but they haven't gone the last mile or the extra mile and registered them on the WHOIS database. So as a rule, what we do is we will tell them we evaluate it, we're evaluating your request, but before we can issue, you have to register on the WHOIS database. So then we work with them, and that takes time. It's a one-to-one using a remote session, WebEx or TeamViewer or anything applicable that can work. So we help them in doing like the first 3 or 4. Then we tell them, you're on your own, now you can go and update. And they do update. Okay? We do not issue more resources unless the WHOIS database has been properly updated. Regarding the REST APIs, we do have the member portal, AFRINIC portal. It works for the small members. Yes, it works for the small members because it has a GUI. Okay, so they just fill it in. But it's when they have a lot of assignments, so as they're growing, then it doesn't scale that much. Remember, registration of the usage happens on the WHOIS database. So the AFRINIC portal is just a tool that they would use to write to the WHOIS database. So for some of them, especially the big ones, we work with the technical contacts so they can do a bulk update using a WHOIS client or by email or using the WHOIS client on our website. That has been upgraded quite a couple of years back, if I'm not mistaken, to cater for that. So it's more intuitive as well there. Now, the work on the AFRINIC, the member portal, we feel, based on our experience, based on the type of request that we receive, we feel that it has to be enhanced. Now, how it will be enhanced, what are the features? Now, I would request you, okay, use the members discuss mailing list, okay, and start putting down. We had couple of requests. We know, Andrew, that you want the REST interface, so we know that. Now, if our members, so we have heard, I think we have heard from I have received communication from about 5 or 6 members, and I've already documented those requests as, you know, our members feel that these are good to have. But we want to hear from more members as well. All right? If it is something that they think it will help them, okay, then AFRINIC management will have a look and decide on the way forward.
If I just may make a comment just for the information of the audience as to why I mentioned the REST APIs. If you look at a lot of the IPAM systems out there, the IP management systems, particularly the higher end ones used by large operators, we personally use 6Connect, which I still think is the best IPAM system on the planet. But 6Connect, Infoblox, and various of the other more commercial grade systems. All of those systems do talk REST. Now, that has a huge advantage because when, for example, my engineers log in there and they allocate IPs to a particular purpose, when they click a single button that says allocate, it would automatically populate the WHOIS data, which means that I don't have to go back and run a whole separate process to either modify it via the GUI or do email bulk updates or anything else. It is actually built into the IPAM systems out there. And the REST API integration was put into those IPAM systems, from my understanding and from conversations with guys like Aaron Hughes, specifically because the other RIRs already supported it, it really does have a lot of use. So while I fully agree that we need more comment from other members, etc., I would like to hear other members comment on this and whether or not they're using IPAM systems that actually support REST. And yeah, I would really, really appeal to the membership base to say, speak up, because if that's what AFRINIC is waiting for, then let's give them what they're waiting for and actually give it a voice on the members list.
Thank you.
Mandruf, before you react to the comment. Douglas, you on the mic?
Madhvi, you made a presentation. In one of your slides, you were speaking about the transfer policies.
There's no transfer policy. It's just a guideline.
Oh, yes, about the absence of a transfer policy. And you made a note that you have about 10 requests that are currently in pending state. I wanted to ascertain from you to what extent that is on account of the absence of a policy. So that I just wanted to figure out if immediate action is required on this, or if it's something that the requests can actually be fulfilled, whether or not a policy is enacted today. Thanks.
Okay. We base ourselves on the guidelines. In the past, we have accepted, mergers and acquisitions happen. So if there has been evidence, of service continuity, so we have transferred the prefixes to the organization that is currently using them. But for cases where we cannot see any justification related to the guidelines that are on our website, then we would have to decline the transfer request. Okay, and eventually we would have to tell them, based on the guideline you do not comply, but if you would like to present a policy in that regard, then you may do so. Okay, so we have seen the evolution. In a couple of cases, we thought that we would decline, but eventually it didn't come to that. The right people, when they were involved, then they gave us the documentation or justification that was required. They could justify that there was service continuity, so they got transferred. But a couple of cases that I have seen at the moment, we may have to decline them. So it's up to the AFRINIC community to decide what is the way they would prefer. If there's no evolution, then we would carry on applying the guidelines that we have adopted.
As I said, there are no more comments on the floor. Madriv, I say thank you very much for your presentation. Yes. We'll have a 15 minutes break for tea. So we'll be back at quarter to 5. 4:45. Thank you. About 20 to 15 minutes.
Okay, welcome back everybody from the coffee break. The next on the agenda are two items. The first one is the election of the vacant co-chair of the Policy Development Working Group. So this is a bit different from the first one that we did in the morning. There are two co-chairs. The one that was done in the morning is to complete the term of the co-chair that resigned. But ordinarily today we're supposed to do an election for one of the co-chairs of the working group. And I would like to call the chair of the nominations committee, Dr. Buba Kabari, to quickly guide us through the process. And after that we shall do a quick election of that. Thank you, Dr. Bubaka.
Merci Ernest. Je vais parler en français.
I will speak in French. Good afternoon, everybody. We are here in the session for the election of the Vice President of the Working Group for Policy Development. I represent NOMCOM as a chairman. Well, I am in NAMCOM with 3 other colleagues, and you see there the process that has led to the appointment of our committee. I am with Mustafa bin Jama and Amanita Karpa, who represent the board of directors. They are with me, and I chair this committee, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the board for their trust and for the opportunity they have given us to serve the community. Well, with regard to NAMCOM, the terms of reference are, you can access that through the AFRINIC site. Our terms of reference, what is asked for us is to write the statutes of the association in 932. Now, with regard the co-chairmans of the working group, it's mainly to prepare the meetings. We discuss the policy developments. We prepare the meetings to submit the reports for the board of directors and inform them on any ratification of the policies, and if necessary, we evaluate emergencies that require a process that is different from the usual process to be, of course, considered by the board of directors. Now, these are the dates. The call for the nomination was launched on May 3, 2015, and the deadline was May 12th, and the list of candidatures that were shortlisted was published on May 15th for a little more than 2 weeks. Now, the criteria for the nomination were published. I will go very rapidly with regard to this criteria. First, the nominees must chair in countries covered by AFRINIC. They should not be part of AFRINIC personnel or personnel of other regional registers. The nomination must be made by members who are regular in AFRINIC, but there are also possibilities of self-nominations by those interested themselves, and in that they should be supported by 2 members of the association. Well, we have received 2 nominations in during the period during which nomination could be sent to the committee, and these 2 nominations are those I've shown from Egypt and Afalat from Tunisia. From Nigeria and from Tunisia. And these 2 nominations then were validated, so they met all of the criteria, and the list was published on May 15th, and today, up to this morning, there were 2 candidates, but we have received 2 or 3 hours ago information that Khalid Koba has withdrawn his candidacy, and he supports the candidacy of Shio. So right now we have only 1 candidate for the vacant position, and the term for the mandate is for 2 years. That is June 2015 to June 2017. we will then immediately proceed to elections to then fill this position, this vacant position, and it will be done by the election committee. I will give the floor to Ernest later on to continue the process, but before that I would like to ask Sean to come and introduce himself to the community, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bubaka. Hello, everyone. Thank you for support. First, I would like to thank Khalid, who has shown a strong support for my nomination by actually also supporting me in the manner he has done. I really feel honored, and I would like to let him know, and also let the entire members of the community know that I will ensure to follow the principles and to uphold the principles guiding the policy development working group. Nothing will change in my statement in relation to what I said in my first term. I'll continue in that line, and I pray God help me. And I'm also asking that don't see me as an experienced shell. I will still require your support. It's your support that actually helped me during my first time, and I'm saying this because I'm assuming that I will be elected. So I do hope that I will receive the support from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bubaka and Sean. So we have one candidate so far, and the rules are that it is supposed to be a show of hands. That is what is defined in the election process for the election of the Policy Development Working Group co-chairs. And two, anybody present in the room is assumed to be part of the Policy Development Working Group and can participate, apart from AFRINIC staff. So, we're going to do the election now. Sean has spoken, you've heard him, and you've seen him. I am going to ask those who think that Sean should continue serving the Policy Development Working Group, put your hands up. Okay, although it's supposed to be a vote and I'm supposed to count, but I do believe that this looks like it's the majority. Oh, I was coming to that. Now, those that are against Sean's candidature and are not think that Sean should not continue serving as the co-chair of the PDWG, put your hands up. Well, there's a translator. And any abstentions, those who think Sean, those who do not know Sean very much, who are bullish about whether he should continue or not continue, hands up. Abstentions. Okay, no abstentions. So Sean, congratulations. You have another 2-year mandate as the co-chair of the PDWG. And I believe we had one more item in the policy sessions for today, which is the open policy hour. So you feel free to come and you and Barry and continue chairing. Thank you.
So, Ernest, I think there's something else we need to do because the co-chair Adam Nelson resigned, or we've sorted out in the morning. Okay, fine.
Yes, Andrew, you have a comment?
Yeah, for the open mic. If we've begun with the open mic, or should I wait?
I believe we have begun. The open mic is open.
Okay, I want to appeal to this community to look very closely at transfer policies and whether or not we need one and when it's going to come. At this point, I've avoided just writing a policy and sticking it out there. I think there needs to be some discussion on the list about this. The reality is that, as Madhvi pointed out, they've got situations where legacy holders within the continent want to transfer to other African organizations. As one particular case, at this point, while there's lots of space, I don't see really African LIRs necessarily transferring to other LIRs, but the day is coming. It will arrive. It's arrived in ARIN, it's arrived in LACNIC, it's arrived in APNIC, etc., etc., etc. And whether we like it or not, it will be upon us. I would rather not see a situation where this community finds itself suddenly scrambling to create a policy at the last minute once the space is finally depreciated. And it's very well and good to say that our space may last us 10 more years, but we don't know that. It takes one really large operator or one really large cellular network to announce that they're going to remove network address translation and the pool can disappear. I'll give you an example. If MTN Nigeria today were to remove network address translation, there would not be a single IP left in the pool. It would be gone. And by the current policies and by the current situation where we do not force anyone to NAT, and I believe that's a good thing, this could come overnight. And when it does, where will we be sitting without that transfer policy? The reality is that the other thing is, in those days, when that eventually arrives, we have to realize, whether we like it or not, that there is a value to IP addresses. And I'll be talking about this a lot more in my presentation tomorrow, about the actual value of IPs. But just to give you some figures, which I think are important to consider when you ask yourself whether or not we need to actually do something to formalize this before chaos erupts. AFRINIC is currently sitting with 2.71/8, published figure. At current secondary market value, that has a value of $595 million. Every /16 out there on the secondary market is valued at $800,000. That's the current figures that I've seen out there. Now, we can wait till we're in a situation where people are going to transfer their space between each other, whether we like it or not. With those kind of numbers in play, people are going to do it. We can sit and bury our heads in the sand, or we can write policy to control it and formalize it in the same way that ARIN and Wright do, both of whom I might point out are now publishing lists of approved IP brokers. I am not pushing for a situation to transfer space off the continent, but I'm saying that inside the continent, we need to deal with this. We need to allow a situation where people can transfer their space so long as it remains on the continent at will, and we need to formalize it. So I appeal to this community to please give serious thought to this issue, add your comments, add your thoughts on the mailing list, and let's have a discussion. It may take us a while to come to a policy that we have consensus on, but the debate needs to happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Come on, Andrew. So I just want to get it clear. Because the example you gave sounds like somebody that actually needs to be, an organization that actually needs to be within the continent. We just MTN, for instance, which you used. So they go off NAT. It means they need more public IPs.
Correct. And if you look at their subscriber count and their 3G and HSDPA user base in Nigeria alone, the population that is connected to their network that is currently being natted is larger than the number of IPs we currently have available.
Yeah, so you're suggesting that we encourage inter-area transfer for them to be able to get.
No, what I'm suggesting is that in the event that our space is gone, which could happen very quickly, we need to have mechanisms in place within the African continent, from African company to African company, to be allowed to transfer space from those who no longer need it to those who want, so that we're not trying to return space and then have it allocated out again. There needs to be a situation where legacy holders in Africa who are sitting on vast amounts of space, if they want to transfer it to some other member, they should be able to do so. Well, perhaps not. Perhaps not. But that needs to be a debate. I'm not suggesting we encourage anything. I'm saying that this issue needs to be looked at. It needs to be debated from a bottom-up perspective, as is what is the process in this community, and we need to find a way forward before we enter chaos.
Yeah, thank you very much for that comment, Andrew. Sounds like inter-country transfer to me. Intra-country, yeah. Intra, yeah. Okay, so I'll call on, I think Professor Nee was trying to come up on. Oh, okay.
I just wanted to know whether you've reached open mic. That's all.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we should have formalized that. Yeah, so by the power vested in me because of our recent election, and by the power vested in my co-chair, we declared the open mic, the floor open for open mic. Yeah. All right. If there are any comments, so we use the front and the back mic, the front and the back one. Okay, please go ahead, Professor.
Yeah. Thank you very much, co-chairs, and congratulations for your success.
Thank you, sir.
We hope you do good things for the community. This week, the Council of Elders had an opportunity to share a meeting with the board, and they presented a statement to the board, and they also promised to share to the community. So, since none of them is around, I am left with the challenge of being the one to read it to you. So, if that is okay, I'll go through it. The statement read something like this. The Council of Elders is pleased to present at the 10th anniversary and participate in activities of AFRINIC and to attend the policy discussions. We first like to congratulate the AFRINIC community for successfully establishing the normal registry for Africa and
Point of order, this is a PDP open mic. I don't think this is a PDP policy.
This is not PDP related, and point of order, sorry, this can come at the AGM open mic. This is not a PDP issue. Point of order.
Excuse me, Andrew. Thank you very much for that observation. I don't know what you are saying. I don't know what this is open mic to actually raise issues or say anything.
Related to the PDP. It is not related to the PDP. It goes to the AGM.
Excuse me, Andrew. Has the statement been read completely for you to have determined that it's not related to PDP?
As has been stated by Dr. Michael, the statement has already been revealed to myself and others, and I can categorically state it does not relate to the PDP, and I believe that Dr.
Andrew, if I may ask, are you speaking on behalf of yourself or you're speaking on behalf of the board?
As myself, and objecting to something that I know is not PDP related, and I asked the chair to confirm with Dr. Quayle whether or not this is PDP related before you allow us to continue.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. A point of order, please. Before we proceed, you want a follow-up on this? Okay.
Thank you. I think what had happened is PDP is over, so PDP chair should leave. Board chair should come, and then we do open mic, general open mic.
No. The open mic is we are having right now. It's PDP related, and we have no problem with hearing the statement, especially if it's PDP related. We won't know if it's PDP related or not until it is completely read. So in view of that, just a minute, let me consult with my co-chair. All right, Andrew, I believe you know the process to actually resolving conflict within the PDP. If you could follow that process, we'll take note of that. However, at this junction, we would like Professor Ney to continue with his statement. After the reading of the statement, anyone can come on the floor to actually say it is not PDP related or it is PDP related or make any other further comments. Professor Ney, kindly continue.
Okay. I can speak at any time, and you can object at any time, but I can speak, and you can accept it or not accept it, but I can speak. However, what I've decided is that if we can be that emotional about ourselves, then perhaps I need not speak. I will choose a different time to speak. And at that time, I will also be open to be emotional. But what I've managed to arrange with the CEO is that before the AGM, you should have an open mic. In that case, I'll hold back. But if you're going to have your open mic after, then I'll speak now.
Professor Nate, this is open mic for PDP. If we have told you that you can speak now, we're not postponing our open mic until before AGM tomorrow. Maybe the organizers or the CEO could decide to add another item that has to do with open mic, but it won't be related to, I won't be the chair at that point in time. So
I think I gave you that option. I said I can hold back now because I've consulted and we may find some other way.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I'm willing to hold back for that other way. But I'm also giving you an advice. If in your simple PDP discussions, we can jump up and down that way, my advice to you is that it is not a very good approach, and it will polarize your organization, and the successful union we've created over a decade will begin to have challenges. So I end my statement here, and then I'll work with the senior folks to do different.
Yes, Bubakar Wakren. Maybe I'm consulting the wrong document, because what I see here for the agenda for tomorrow, I don't see open mic there. So, but maybe the document I have is not the right one. This is the one on the internet, on the website. Or if we can amend the agenda tomorrow to include that item. Thank you.
Sean, may I? Uh, Thank you very much. This is our community. If there are issues that are so burning that would require us to have an open mic, which is not provided for either to when we made the agenda for the PDP, definitely it is inappropriate to have open mic that is general discussed specifically within the PDP. What I want to propose as a middle ground is that if we can finish open mic for PDP within 15-20 minutes, we should be able to provide for open mic, general, chaired by the chair of the board, to listen to issues that may be burning. Because the AGMM tomorrow has a very, very tight agenda. And we should not, for expediency, throw away babies with the bathwater. So my middle ground is we make time after this and we convene a general open mic, accommodate it within the program today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sunday. So we'll continue with open mic for PDP. Anyone can come up to give their comments as it relates to PDP, and we'll close formally. Then we can have any other thing after that. So, Tamon?
Yes, my name is Mukam Tamon. I work for AFRINIC, but I'm not speaking as a staff of AFRINIC. My comment goes to the suggestion about Andrew about the need to discuss a transfer policy of sorts. I would just like to say here that I think people are motivated more by fear and loss than by gain and investment. Every single time there's been a policy or a proposal that borders on this issue, I think the reason it tends to fail is that people are not reassured that it isn't some mechanism to drain the continent of resources that we believe are meant for the development of the internet in the country. So whatever those discussions we are having, it will help us a lot if we focus on really detailing on how do we assure people that we could put in place the right checks and balances to make sure that it doesn't become an avenue. We don't put a proposal in place that becomes an avenue where resources that are meant for the development of the internet on this continent are drained. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Mary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mary Uduma, and I'm from NIRA, CCTLD. And we are supervised by the government somehow, not too much. My comment here is about the participation of government in the policy development in our continent. You realize that the government in our continent is the highest spender, and they are the ones, they manage the universities, they are the owners of the universities we have. They have they also have their IPs for the now that the e-governance is growing. So I don't know whether there's a place for the government, whether there's a committee. Maybe there is. I don't know whether there is something like that that will be that the governments are part of this PDP. At the time in Nigeria, the regulator, Nigerian Communications Commission, was proposing to have a bulk of IP to redistribute in the country, register them. So I don't know whether such has been considered in the PDP or in AFRINIC. So what I'm proposing is that if there's just like ICANN has GAG, so something like that, if it is not, if it's not already existing, but they should be part of this policy development, and I think it will help us. Moreover, because of the region we belong to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mary. And yeah, we already have active engagements with the governments, and we had actually the African Government Working Group meeting the other day, although due to scheduling issues, we did not get the participation that we wanted, but we always have this uh, AFGWG, the Government Working Group session at each of our meetings for the past several years. And we try to reach out to the stakeholders that we think should be there, regulators and government reps to come and be part of it. Regarding the policy development process and the government's participation to it, our policy development process, it's open, it's transparent, and we, as much as possible, try to reach out to everybody to come and participate to it, whether you're government or a student, for as long as you're involved in anything to do with internet number resource management, it's an open process, and governments can freely participate to it. So we have tried to reach out to them, and our PDP is open, and governments and everybody else is welcome to come and participate.
So, excuse me. So in that case, if the government of Nigeria proposes that they take a bulk of IPs and redistribute within Nigeria so that they will know who has what, because of the experiences we have had. First, profiling of traffic from Nigeria. Secondly, a question of blackout of our universities, IPs, because it's been compromised somehow, somewhere. So would such what's it called, proposal, can it be considered at the PDP? Thank you.
Any proposal is welcome. Our policies of internet number resource distribution are mainly based on demonstrated need. Right now, I do not think there is any provision that can allow or let a government come and get a block of IP addresses just to have them around for possible unforeseen needs. The policies right now only allow for getting IP addresses based on demonstrated need. You must need those IP addresses to use them within a period of 12 months. So if you think, like I said, we have an open policy development process, and if you think that any of the policies do not meet your exact requirement, then feel free to come through the PDP again and propose something that you think meets your requirements. It will go through the community, and if the community supports it, just like you saw today, and there's consensus on it, it will perhaps get ratified and implemented. But again, whatever requirement you have, if there's no policy that meets it, then you have to take it through the policy development process, which is already an open process, and you look for the community support on it.
Ernest, if I can possibly just pick up on your response, because I think you touched on the very key issues, Mike Silver. I think the critical thing is that governments sometimes struggle to become members of membership-based organizations because they are then put in the same room and given the same rights and obligations as private sector organizations, companies, and individuals. And governments tend to struggle with that. So Mary's suggestion is something that, for example, has been followed in Korea, where IP address allocations within Korea are attended to by a government-mandated LIR. But the LIR is the member of AFRINIC. It's not the government that's a member, because the government it wouldn't be applicable for a government to then be a member just because governments tend not to work in that manner. Now, I think all of us would encourage, given that we're a multi-stakeholder organization, we'd encourage governments to become more involved and more appropriate. But as you pointed out, we have a government working group. I think revitalizing that would be an excellent place to start. And if that's not working, to try and understand from governments why that's not working, so that we can look at improvements.
The back. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dewale. I'm from the Nigeria ICT Forum.
At the risk of drawing out the never-ending argument on out-of-region IP address usage, I was thinking that there might be a way to work out some sort of short-term assignment if there really is a market for these IP addresses and we have people in the region who have decided for whatever reasons not to start using them, then we could actually let them out to people who are setting up shell corporations for short terms and then take them back when there are people within the region ready to use them. Thank you.
That's interesting. Thank you very much, Dewoli. Yeah. Owen, please go ahead.
Owen DeLong, RNAC Akamai. To clarify some of the points that Mike made, the situation in Korea and several other nations within the APNIC region, China also has an NIR, JPNIC is an NIR for Japan. These are not LIRs, they're NIRs, they're National Internet Registries, and they administer space under APNIC policies, under contract with APNIC. It's kind of unique to the APNIC region. If people wanted to implement something like this here, it certainly could be done through the policy process and some other processes, but it would have to go through the policy process. It would have to be ratified by the community. And while I realize that governments struggle with having to face an actually democratic process, and none struggles with that more than my own, which claims to be a democracy at times. The reality is they should learn to accept it.
Thank you.
I wanted to make some more comments on the transfers and also on another issue that I found. Firstly, on the transfer stuff that I was talking about earlier, Mukam referred to the fear of space flowing off the continent. This is why I believe that we need to tackle intra-Africa transfer policies first. Baby steps, one step at a time. Once we have a policy like that and it is working, and we're all happy with it and we can see the progress, then perhaps we can start talking about intra-RIR transfers which allow for stuff to go off the continent. But we need to concentrate in-house first. I must say, I love what my Nigerian friend there said about short-term leases. So, while I don't believe in making money off IP addresses, just to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, I'm going to add some math to this game. So you can currently lease IPs elsewhere in the world, if you choose to, at a rate of between $2 and $4 a month is the rate that I've seen per IP. So, if you've got a /16 and feel like going and leasing it out to your neighbor down the road, well, that's 65,000 IPs multiplied by, let's say 2 because, let's say 2 because we're being nice. That'll give you $125,000 every month that you can sit on. And I don't know about you, but, well, I don't earn that much money, so that would be plenty for me. It's something to consider. There is nothing wrong with enterprising Africans making money. Not saying I advocate for it, but it's just something to be debated. The other thing I wanted to say, with regards to the more serious note and the legitimate use of IPs, in the course of the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to work with many, many organizations as regards their IP space. And what I've found is, if you look at the utilizations specified inside AFRINIC and inside WHOIS databases and on the applications, I found a very scary thing. See, engineers can be a little bit lazy at times. So what they do when they're allocating point-to-points is they'll have a /24, and they'll allocate a point-to-point at the top of it, they'll allocate a point-to-point in the middle of it, they'll allocate a point-to-point at the end of it, and then they'll declare it utilized. And in an analysis that I did recently on another organization, I found that less than 50% of their actual space, which was assigned in WHOIS, was actually utilized. And I don't know how to address that via policy, because it's almost impossible to verify how somebody is actually using that. If they're claiming loads and loads of point-to-points in a /24, how do you know if they're telling the truth or not? If they're claiming a DHCP segment, how do you know? DHCP leases, the lease file might show you active leases. That doesn't mean that the device is on. If your lease time is 8 hours and you turn your device on, your lease is still active. So how do you actually verify it? But I have serious doubts as to whether or not the IPs that are actually allocated out there at the moment are used anywhere close to their fullest extent. And I really think this is something that we need to look at. At the same time, I argue that we need to increase our IPv4 burn rate. Currently, we've burnt through a /10 in, I believe, the last year. Single /10. That's about 3.5 million IPs if my math is right. If you look, we've got 2.71 available, which, if my math is right, is about 45 million IPs. That puts us into the decades mark. The decades mark before we get rid of our V4. And I've had vendors come to me recently, big vendors. We're talking about top 3 routing vendors, which I cannot name for obvious reasons, but do your own deductions, who've said, you don't need those V6 features. You've got lots of V4. AFRINIC's got lots of V4. Are we going to continue to become a dumping ground for legacy hardware? And if you think that the legacy hardware isn't out there, I point to the fact that right now there are Metro Ethernet switches being produced by a top-tier vendor. And the top-tier vendor has stated there will be no LDP6 in those devices. There will be no RSVP6. They are still producing them. They are still selling them. The longer the V4 space remains out there, the more we hurt ourselves. The more we become a dumping ground. The more the rest of the world thinks they can con us into buying their legacy equipment. That has to stop. To stop that, we have to increase the allocation rates. And unfortunately, what I found from this community is that any attempt to increase those allocation rates, again, as Mukom said, has been met with fear and paranoia. I point to the academic IPv4 policy, which was put before this community. And I still believe it would have been of huge benefit to the institutions who are sitting out there with 20,000 students hiding behind 2 IP addresses. That's all they've got. Why? Either the institution is so broke that they can't afford to go and get more space, or alternatively, they don't know any better. We need to educate, we need to make the space available, and we need potentially for institutions like that to even make it cheaper. Here's another bizarre idea. 2.71/8. If we were to take a single /8, and this is just an idea, I'm not advocating it for it, let me be clear. Take a single /8, sell it. We generate $185 million. At that point, we take that $185 million. We stick it in a high interest bank account. That will generate more than double AFRINIC's current revenue stream. We will have no need to charge Africans for African blocks. There will be no need to charge people for training. We could invest half that money and still cover our current revenue stream. Invest that money into promoting V6, getting this continent off the legacy V4, which the world seems to want to tie us to. So these are my thoughts.
Thank you, Andrew. These are very quite provoking ones. I hope we're all thinking about it. The next, Prof. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to suggest that you put a clock up there, so we time ourselves down so we can be much more efficient in capturing the viewpoints of the entire community. I just wanted to make a caution. The more I hear these discussions about selling normal resources, leasing normal resources and all, the more I get worried, because we are supposed to be a public interest organization. We are supposed to be helping operators expand their network to serve people from our region. And all we seem to think about is interests of people who want to get revenue, as opposed to interests of people who want to serve their citizens. And as a public interest company doing bottom-up type of things, I really get worried that accountability of having a policy process must be questioned. Because if the motive of the whole policy process is to get 180 million for, AFRINIC, I think it's too much. We should come down to earth. If that's what you want to do, then let's share the numbers and we go home. Everybody has some in their country and then they do what they have to do. Then we compete along the whole continent. But we are not that. We are a regional registry. We have specific approaches, specific procedures and objectives and practices. And we should follow those. We should really follow that and try to serve the community, not our interests. See? So I'm very concerned about that.
Thank you very much, Professor Nee. To be Mark, but let's try to be as brief as much as possible. Apologies for not repeating this early enough, but please let's be brief. 1-2 minutes is fine. Mark, please.
Mark Elkins. A few years ago, while we were in Tanzania at a meeting, there was a proposal, PDP proposal on the table, where we would look at depleting our stock a little bit by 1/8. Now, unfortunately, now sort of put a damper on that. But we were looking, there was a policy where we would take 1/8 and charge, and literally sell it to entities out of the region. The aim of that was so that we would actually run out a little bit faster than we are at the moment, because sitting on a stockpile of IPv4 addresses is not a very healthy thing. And we would sell those IP addresses in that /8 at a higher rate than normal, with a higher rate than normal per year, etc. And the money from that would help fund more development on IPv6 deployment within Africa. I'm curious, and if we only did 1/8, we still have over a whole /8, 1 3/4 left anyway, which according to what people are saying will still last another 2 years or so. And in reasonable, we don't want to hold on to this stuff because it's attracting bad people. On the other hand, by selling sort of one off, like I said, it will help things.
2 minutes, Mark, round off.
So I'm just wondering what the feeling of the room would be to perhaps dispose of one of our /8s so that we can help fill the coffers a bit of AFRINIC for the next few years. I just want to see what the vibe of the room is, whether we should look at bringing that policy back in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is how it's going to happen. If you guys exceed 2 minutes, we're gonna break your speech so that you can just round up. Thank you very much. Front, please.
Yes, Chairman, please. I just have a simple question. It won't take that very long. What is the definition of an open mic on the PDC process? Because I'm starting to hear things that are not really related to the PDP process and other things, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, so. So you're asking what is the purpose of the open mic on the PDP? The definition. So the well, I don't know whether I'll call it a definition, but the purpose of the open mic is actually to brainstorm on the entire PDP meeting that we just had. Especially, I would also expect that one of the things I will be talking about in open mic is in relation to the staff implementation report, trying to suggest way forward, trying to determine what are the things that we should do, trying to encourage ourselves on what policy that we need to write, or what different ways we need to engage our communities more. And I think we have been hearing some of those. There was suggestion about government and getting government back in to contribute. There was suggestion about raising a policy to actually generate more funds. So these are some of the things that are PDP related. But again, I have to also agree that it can also be organizational related. But again, it's still talking about policy. However, I would like to still encourage people to talk more specific about the policy stuff. The policy, I would really like to hear more about what Madhvi presented. If we can have more comments about it, it would be good. But again, we are not limited by that, and we can always go beyond that scope. So there is really no definition, but there's just an intent. That is the intent of the PDP open mic. Thank you.
So we'll have the behind mic.
Thank you. Emmanuel Adovi, in French.
I think that the debate led so far has become not really good, and we have the habit to go and just meet with the register, and also we also at the level of ICANN, when we discuss these issues, we see how this works. But in the case of AFRINIC, we can say that this is not a good debate because there is a real conflict of interest. I see that AFRINIC shall implement rules. I saw some resolution, and the first resolution was taken shall be about conflict of interest. So it is not normal to say this. So we noticed that there are some intervention from here and there. I think there is an ethical problem here. We shall not have these toxic debates for the organization. The resolution that I would like to propose shall be about conflict of interest. And I thank you very much.
Just request anybody who has a comment to it now, because the floor is closed.
We've got till 6 o'clock by the agenda.
No, not you're on the floor, Andrew. You're on the floor already. Anybody who wants to give a comment, join the line, because you are closing the floor. Okay, Andrew, please.
Yeah, I want to respond a little bit to the debate about the transfer policy further and what Mark has said and what Dr. Quaino has said. The reality is that with 1.71/8 available after we were to sell one of them, if that were to be a policy, that would take over 10 years at current depletion rates to get rid of. In the meantime, we talk about how people want to make money off this. This is not about any individual or any company making money off this. This is about generating funds for AFRINIC to go forward, which will allow Africans who cannot afford to get IPs at the moment, to be able to access them for free. If AFRINIC had that kind of money, no one would have to pay, because we would be generating so much revenue from the banks who have lots of it to pay us interest, that it would be free and open. Let the community have the IPs. Why not? What is it hurting us? Why are we holding on to it? You know, somebody once asked somebody in this room, what about the IPs of the continent? And that particular person responded, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. That was the response. By the way, that response came from Dr. Quaynor. I do not believe that space belongs to a person. I believe that space belongs to this community. And let this community have their space as cheap as possible. And this is one way to make that happen.
Andrew, actually, we need to be frank about what we're saying. I haven't heard anyone say it's mine, it's mine, it's mine on this floor so far. Let's please just address issues and not persons, please. It is very important we take note of that. Professor Nee, I know that you want to follow up, but I will really ask that if is really to respond to what Andrew says, can you, sir, please?
I'll respond, you understand. I think we should work in the public interest. If you have to justify your allocations, do so. If you have to provide information that will enable evaluation of the resources that you want to consume, please do so. When you start discussing things about selling and so on the way it's being discussed, I think we could be running ourselves into a difficult situation. That's all I want to get across.
Thank you very much, Professor Nee. Lou, I think it's Lou.
Yeah. Luhan from Cloud Innovation. Just a couple of my very personal thoughts to the community. The first thing about the financial things, correct me if I was wrong, I basically read through the financial report which is sent by Sunday this morning of financial report of AFRINIC 2014. From my basic understanding, AFRINIC actually not in bad shape. Their cash reserve over $1 million USD. And last year, it's generated over 50,000 USD in cash. That's another thing I want to mention to this community is last time I was at RAPIN CC General Meeting.
Chair, point of order. It's not PDB discussion, please. Point of order. It's not PDB discussion.
Lou, that sounds like discussing the financials, and that is actually for the AGM. So maybe tomorrow you can raise this. If you have any other comments in relation to PDP itself, please go ahead.
Okay, well, to the policy itself, I'm just saying that the fee of the AFRINIC is a bit high compared to the other regions, but I think it's durable compared to the size of the IP address or allocation which the organization has been received. Consider if, let's say, if you receive a /10, you'll pay $36,000 and it should be fine. You know, that's it.
Thank you very much. Who was it? I think it was, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Ali Haji from the Comor. I don't have that much comment to make. However, I would like to support the comment which were made by Mr. Ajiji when he said that if we do not privilege the interest, the common interest, it would be difficult. I would like to seize this opportunity to send a short message tomorrow, but the board member shall serve as a model and shall serve as an example. And of course, there are some personal interest which could be seen from the different directions. I think a resolution in this way would be very important.
Good wrap up, and I think at this point we could round off this entire session. I'll ask. Okay. I would like to thank you once again for staying with us this morning. Quite a It's been quite an interesting day for us, and we do hope that we'll continue this spirit on the mailing list. One of the reasons why we actually spend so much time here is because we actually spend so less time on the mailing list. So please, the more we discuss some of these issues on the mailing list, the easier we'll make sure that we have our tea breaks at the right time and our lunch at the right time at the next public policy meeting. So on behalf of myself and the co-chair and my co-chair, and also Ernest, we'd like to thank you, and we'll look forward to meeting you at the next PPM.